Everybody, welcome. The meeting's going to start, please. Thank you. Welcome to the City of Palatka City Commission meeting on June 26, 2025. It is 6 p.m. We're going to begin with the invocation by Pastor Mulberry, Pledge of Allegiance led by Commissioner Campbell. Please stand.
Let us pray. Father, again, we thank you for allowing us to come together again. Thank you for how good you have been all day long. It was you, God, that woke us up. It was you that allowed us to see this day. And we say thank you. We pray, God, that you will give wisdom to this council tonight. Give them how to lead the city, God, into further pastures. And we'll give you glory and honor for all that you do for us. We'll continue to praise you. It is in Jesus' name. Thank God. Amen.
Amen.
Please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Carrillo,
Present.
Commissioner Davis, Commissioner Campbell,
Present.
Commissioner Jones,
Present.
Commissioner
Present.
We have a quorum. Thank you. Has everybody had an opportunity to read the minutes from May 22nd, 2025 and May 28th, 2025?
Motion to approve.
We have a motion.
Second.
Is that for both?
Yes.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Thank you. We're going to go on to public recognition and presentation, but as the chair, I just wanted to say, because we are always televised and videoed and everything else, so the public is aware of what we do, that we really have to work on limiting sidebar conversations to zero, and also, and all of us including me, to not interrupt other folks that have the floor at that time. It also would be courteous if we limit our floor time so everybody has a chance to speak as well on this commission. So anyway, I just wanted to mention those couple of things because sometimes that we slide on those things. On to public recognition presentation in the spotlight, employee of the month, Ms. Jones.
Madam Mayor, Commissioners, thanks once again for this opportunity that we get to just recognize our employees, one employee each month for just exceeding over and above their job duties, and they're recognized by the peers or supervisor. And for the month of June, we would like to recognize our facility and property supervisor, Mr. Todd Troy. I'm a brand new employee, and in my new employee orientation, and I'm not sucking up, but Ms. Cardi said a few things that stuck to me, and that made me think. Oh. Teamwork, collaboration, respect, give of yourself, and no negative energy. And I know.
Come on up, Vivian. Photo bomb. Florida League of Cities Home Rule Hero. Is there somebody here from the Florida League of Cities? Are you gonna sell them? Award?
No, well, they can look at it and read
Okay.
The caption.
Read it. I didn't know there was gonna be somebody else.
no,
here.
no.
Read it. Hooray. And here is their press release. City Commissioner Rufus J. Borum honored with the 2025 Home Rule Hero Award. City of Palatka official recognized for advocacy efforts during the 2025 legislative session. The Florida League of Cities, FLC, United Voice for Florida's Municipal Governments, recently recognized Palatka City Commissioner Rufus J. Borum with the 2025 Home Rule Hero Award for his hard work and advocacy efforts during the 2025 legislative session. Commissioner Bourne worked tirelessly through session to promote local voices, making local choices, protect the home rule powers of Florida's.
It's a pin. Sir. Sir.
Our next proclamation is in honor of former Mayor Wilfred Merriam. Whereas Wilfred P. Merriam served the city of Palatka with distinction as mayor from 1915 to 1921, and later as county commissioner from 1924 to 1932, demonstrating unwavering commitment to civic leadership and public service. And whereas Mr. Merriam further contributed to the welfare of the community as chairman of the Putnam County chapter of the American Red Cross, providing vital support during times of need. And whereas he also served as the president of the Palatka Chamber of Commerce, championing, having trouble today, economic development and fostering a spirit of enterprise and cooperation among local businesses. And whereas in May 1911, Mr. Merriam played a pivotal role in the establishment of the Florida Woodenware Company, contributing to the industrial growth and prosperity of the region. And whereas his legacy of leadership, service, and dedication continues to inspire generations of public servants and citizens alike, now therefore it be resolved that we honor and recognize the enduring contributions of Wilfred P. Merriam, whose life and work helped shape the civic and economic fabric of Palatka and Putnam County. We have a motion to approve. Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Any opposed? Couldn't Mr. Merriam's family come on up to the front? I'll come down. Mr. Merriam's, we do have his photo, thanks to his family, and it is going to be up on the wall once it's framed. Mr. Massey, you want to hold the proper? He wants to hold, maybe Jordan should hold the proper. So that,
Sir.
We're on a mission to find the missing mayors. There are several mayors. Thank you, Mr. Massey, whose photos are not up on the wall, quite a few actually. So with the help of some of city staff, we are working to achieve that. City of Palatka Leadership Academy 2025 graduating class.
Well, our professor is here, please come up. And we had there was the process that the department heads identified potential leaders. Staff members that we saw potential to be leaders in, so there was some process. And I believe there's 20 that were selected, and I will let you take over.
Yeah, please give us your name.
Good evening, Dr. Joe Saviak.
Yes, please.
I commend the mayor and city commission for making sure the citizens of Palatka are always served by the best leaders, providing services, programs, and capital projects to them as effectively and efficiently as possible. This is an outstanding team of leaders. They love serving citizens. I want to also express gratitude to City Manager Marcia Carty, Ms. Virginia Jones in Human Resources, Ms. Avery Hunter in Human Resources, and Fire Chief Christopher Taylor for all their support in the success of this program. Every single detail was covered, so students had a superb learning environment. I remain especially grateful to Mr. Hunter for all of his assistance. Students sharpened key leadership skills such as research, planning, project management, budgeting, program evaluation, and analyzing challenges and selecting best practice solutions. They learn about the proven principles of successful leadership so they can always be the leaders we all would want to follow. This experience also strengthens teamwork, culture, and a shared commitment to the mission of best serving citizens. I was blessed to be their professor during this academy. It's a class of gifted leaders and kind and caring individuals. They bring a diversity of professional and personal backgrounds, which allows students to discuss different perspectives and share valuable insights and effective solutions. Peer-to-peer learning enhances the educational experience for everyone. They excel on all their assignments. The assignments concentrate on the knowledge and specific skills that successful leaders utilize every day. They each presented a chapter from John Maxwell's classic 21 Irrefutable Laws of Leadership. They each researched and produced a case study on leadership to identify best practices and model policies and programs. They completed a real-world 2-hour in-class exercise analyzing a host of important issues and discussing potential solutions for policymakers for a regional challenge affecting multiple local governments. It was a good opportunity for them to show what they have learned during the course of the Leadership Academy about leadership, teamwork, analyzing problems, and finding solutions. The leaders who provided the opportunity for these leaders to grow can be very proud. They are engaged, enthusiastic, and hardworking. They gave and they got the most they could from this experience. They're grateful to you for this opportunity and look forward to giving away what they've learned. It was obvious from their presentation that they practiced and prepared. It was evident from their case study analysis assignments that they are thinking like leaders should think about problems and solutions. Their teamwork and capstone assignment in our final class, analyzing and addressing a real-world challenge involving an opportunity for local government, was exemplary. I would want to define the quality of this class: their high level of participation and enthusiasm for the topics and learning. We have always had excellent class discussions. They shared a lot of experience and ideas. They really like exchanging ideas and discussing the right strategies for success as leaders. We also had fun. They have a good sense of humor, and they kept it enjoyable for everyone. We admire those who want to learn and grow, especially those who already have a lot on their plate, including careers, families, and other commitments. The city of Palatka is a leader among cities in Florida in growing leaders, and we are especially proud of these graduates. Their hard work, dedication, integrity, and strong commitment to professional excellence are very much appreciated, and the residents, your residents, are the real beneficiaries of this program. We very much look forward to seeing continued accomplishments for many years to come, both as leaders and as they grow more and more leaders using everything they've learned. We will always be here to support them as leaders, as you always do for others. Today is your day. We congratulate you on this very impressive personal, professional, and academic achievement. We celebrate your commitment to being the leaders who set the standard for excellence. And we now will ask each of you to come forward when your name is announced to receive your certificate of completion. And we will do it with the mayor and city commission, so we can get a photo of you and your certificate. Raymond Brown. Raymond Brown. Thank you very much. Eugene Hobbs. Yeah. Madam Mayor, this is Cardi.
Are they gonna do this one at a time?
You're the star of the show. Yeah.
Are they not gonna just call everybody and then do the group? Come on there. Miss. Madam Mayor, Madam Mayor.
Do the group.
And then we'll just do the group. Yeah, we'll just hold up on the picture.
Easy.
Bryce Ellis.
Robert Evans. Raymond Ironiak.
We'll take a picture after everybody come up. No. We'll do one five shot at the end.
Yes.
Avery Hunter. James. Lieutenant Demetrius Johnson. Rebecca Jones. Lieutenant David Lazo. Lieutenant Colton Lee. He's not in attendance tonight. Politics first. Simone Mirabel. Christian Odom. Ben Parrish. Jennifer Pennington. Andrew Powell. Carl Starling. Sean Wood. Mayor, Commissioner, City Manager, that is all of your graduates that we have. Carlos Dominguez. It might check the back to make sure nothing stuck behind this. Yeah, see, check the back there. Carlos.
Madam Mayor, if I may. Dr. Saviak, Dr. Saviak, Dr. Saviak, Dr. Saviak. Is it possible for us to get the results of that capstone project? Because we may be on the same issues.
We took, if you could just sign for my handwriting, yeah, we took a lot of notes.
Right.
But yeah, I can probably put something together. But it's very tough to listen to why we're selecting. Yeah, exactly. You're one.
Okay. Now we now have 20 more new leaders that we will be utilizing in a process.
Very capable substitute, so we are here. Thank you.
Wanted to say anything on this?
No, I just wanted to introduce him because I really didn't, he doesn't have to say anything. We're gonna, city manager and administrative reports, Mr. Verrecchio, playground equipment update.
Well, since we had a lot of trouble with the last two meetings, getting some actual good footage of the. This is a pretty comprehensive strategy of what's coming. It's very. So you guys are gracious enough to tell us to go out and find the fund. We're very close to that, very positive, about to take place, get it ordered. From that point, we're looking at 6 to 8 months. Thank you.
6 to 8 months.
Yeah, because there's engineering, then the permitting takes a couple of weeks, so, and then there's delivery, setup, and all that stuff.
Okay.
We're spending quite a bit of money for the city ourselves, we're being moved in the part. So we can't all, well, that was in. So our goal is to keep the park down for as little as possible. So, and we're looking in the winter months, so that we obviously, part of utilize. Yes, of course. I don't.
That's just one picture.
Oh, I got it right there, sorry.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, so that's the main feature of the big one, that's right up in the front. Fantastic. There's a rain, put it right there. It's, part of this, that I want to mention is that it's designed for adults to take their children up into it, so it's not difficult, you don't have to climb ladders, you can actually walk up smooth, get up into it. Really quick. And the backside of it, the steps, you can see the gradual ramps going up, so older people get their children. And then the other piece, the climate piece, with the road sign and everything. And right behind it is going to be the 40-foot new zip line. For that, it zips back and forth, so it's never stationary. Back and forth. It's designed and safe for everybody. And I also want to point out the full blue on the deck. In this whole project, we're putting not the blue foam matting, very, very expensive, but they did work out. They feel this us to make it affordable to put the blue rubber chips on the street. No more water chips, hospital splinters and so on. So that's actually. That's how I able to zip line on this one. Goes back and forth. That's a twin set and also has an ADA swing on it. If we want to keep our park ADA accessible. And that's just an overhead shot of the layout. It's visualized where it's going to go at. That's it.
Commissioner Campbell?
I have a request, that since we've voted and gave permission for the additional equipment, that I'm not sure what we are with our public information officer, but I would like to see this published. There has been some substantial conversations, on social media with regards to the current condition of the park and some misinformation that has been put out there. So I would like us to, combat some of that with the imaging, and putting it out there stating that this is the future of the park. Just so that we can give citizens the assurance that we are not trying to take away the park, but we're trying to enhance the park. So I have a request that we put that out there.
Yes.
So almost immediately.
So we do have a 4-foot by 3-foot sign on the fence in front of the park now, so partner does coming soon.
I get it. I get it. We sometimes social media has more visitors than the actual park, so.
Yeah, but that was a request from me as a result of social media.
Yeah.
Trying to at least sign up to follow until we finalize our decision. Because I was thinking about stuff. posted.
Posting on the website and also Facebook.
Thank you. One more question. With regards to the blue chips, what's the lifespan of those chips?
Okay, that's a really good question, and I just happen to know that answer. So on average, the regular playground mulch lasts 8 to 12 months. What happens to underneath this right materials, wood. They are coated. These rubber chips will last 10 to 15 years. So it's a matter of rating them and staying on top of it, which absolutely will be our number one goal.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We're looking forward to it. Water quality report. Here it is.
Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager. Citizens. All right, let's have a quick look at the analytical reports for the water for City of Palatka. This is where you're gonna start seeing all these changes making sense. And hopefully with this report, these numbers will ease some of our citizens as well.
I don't know if you can do it. Go ahead. I couldn't change it into a PowerPoint because it had numbers on it.
You want to go to that next page? That's right. Yeah. That's. So I have a copy here. Unfortunately, we don't have PowerPoint available right now. I'm not gonna run you guys through it. And I get a new copy to you so you can get it all. Actually, please, the new CCR report is already online for the City of Palatka. We'll start with our coliform and bacteria for the last year. We had 5 positive samples. 4 of those samples came from old piping at the new school development. They haven't been used in, I tell you how long, years. But when they first started using those pipes, we got bad samples out of them. They were so old, they'd never been flushed. We flushed them, got them back. But basically, in the city itself, we only had 1 sample out of 150 that came back with bacteria. We flushed it, cleaned it, and come to find out it was actually grease that when they put on the hydrants, they put grease on it so it doesn't get locked up. Some of the grease got into our sample, made a bad sample. We cleaned it up, put it in, no problem. So our water is no bacteria, no E. coli. It's looking real good right now. As far as this area, maximum contaminant level is a 2. We're a 0.01, so we're definitely under. Fluoride we don't use anymore. Sodium levels are maximum contaminants 160. We're 60, way under on the sodium levels. Chlorine out in the field, going into your houses, your homes, and everything. Maximum contaminant levels are 4 or 1. So we're looking real good. Then we get into our TTHMs, HA5s. On this chart, it shows our last 4 quarters, which are all averaged together. Now, our last 3 quarters is when we really started making the big changes. Numbers won't represent it, but I'll read it off to you anyways. Currently on this report, our max contaminant level for haloacetic acid is 60. We're 28.3, or less than half of them. And currently, we're even less than that. We're about 40. Our total trihalomethanes at 4 different sites. Our max contaminant levels in 80s. Our ongoing and average at each one now is an 11. We were running 133 at each one, but we are now down to an 11. And that's the one everybody sees in their belly. That says if you drink this for a long time, it can be detrimental to you. Not that. That stuff is out of your water. It's not even flowing in the water anymore. We're looking fantastic. And the last one I have on here to present to you is copper. We all know we did a lead line coppers, and we had no copper in there. Total allowed levels of 1.3. We have a 0.06. So our water is at the highest quality that it's ever has been. Real flat.
Yeah. That's the big thing. They want things for a long time, whether it be funding or we just didn't have the issues or whatever it may be. That made a big difference. That helped a lot. Just flushing plan. I know everybody sees the water rolling down the roads and the where stuff broken and the waste. But that is getting that bad water out of our system and making the water a lot better. And as for the smell, I know everybody's still got a little smell every now and then. But like she said, the aeration towers are full effect right now, taking all that out. And within the next couple of months, we're gonna be putting in for awards to try to get best quality water out of our.
Everything done and stuff.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Anybody have questions?
Uh,
I have a
such
question.
for- Thank them for the.
I want
work.
to say thank you because I remember the last time you were here, you spoke to the importance of what was needed. And thank you to this commission for recognizing the need, not only for our department, but for the citizens of this great city. So thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Stan. Appreciate it. No, sir. Yes.
Palatka Gas Authority, June 2025 minutes.
Yeah, the board of commissioners did request that, consistent with ordinance that I started attending the PGA meetings, which I did. With ordinance, I'm to give a report. And basically, the report is that at the meeting, there was a financial report from April. We did have an issue, matter of fact, we're still dealing with it today, as it relates to the audit of gas 858. We have since found that, our financial department, some work that Jill had done before we left, actually resolved it. We did look at the agreement between the discussion on that between the city of Palatka and PTA, knowing, we're starting to, one of the projects that we have with PGA is to start billing all of our city-owned properties as well, which we had not been doing that. In order to bring our financial statements to a more accurate position of reflecting gross revenues and related departmental costs. So that's the project that we're in. Additionally, the gas authority itself had an audit from the Public Service Commission. And there were some findings that actually warned about, well, 2 or 3 inactive gas service lines, and they spoke about how they're gonna start dealing with that matter, operating and maintenance plans, so there's data, and they did respond to that. How to take responded to that start. So I would say that what's still outstanding and what you're working on, the plan for it, is the inactive gas service line. There is request for purchase of equipment that's the gas facility operating as it should. And that was.
Thank you. Any questions?
Yes, I have one. You know, with the inactive gas lines, we, if that was a finding, we need to probably get a timeline, pretty quick in terms of that, because again, they're under the umbrella of the city.
Yes.
And the city bears the liability for the PGA and the Palatka Gas Authority. So, please, get a timeline and hopefully we can understand if they're meeting that in a timely manner.
Yes, sir. We did go to the meeting yesterday, where we have, monthly meetings with them.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Jones.
Ms. Carter, I just wanted to ask, I know last year we addressed the in reference to the automatic water rate, hike. They were doing automatically, and, this commission addressed it. And so, they actually did not do it last year. What was the outcome this year? They automatically raised the water rate this year?
I will respond to that. Yesterday in our meeting on utilities, So when I've been looking at utilities, it's not really, we need to review the prices that we are charging because our profitability with the utilities department is not as high as it should be, or not even. Matter of fact, last month we had lost for utilities. So I did bring that matter up in the meeting yesterday, that what we will go back to during this budget process before July 10th. I will prepare that or have the finance department work with me to prepare the analysis. There's an analysis that should be done on an annual basis.
Right.
And what it does is we look at total cost, look at unit cost as well, and to determine whether or not, in order to meet all of the needs of that department, that we are earning or expected to earn the revenue required. So we're starting that process next week.
Yeah, my concern, but last year and this year, when you go to pay that water bill, and I'm happy to hear about the water quality that we're having now, but it was disheartening to pay the rate that we pay for the water, and we can't drink that water. And I know citizens have talked to me in the past, I ran for real. That was one of the big concerns about the quality of water and then the rate that we pay. And I know there's a um, base rate that everybody pay, and then it goes to usage. And you have some families that only have one or two people in the household, and that rate that we pay, well, you start talking about rate with water and garbage, I know it's all inclusive.
Yes.
But I wanted to somehow, could we do research and find out, did we actually do a automatic rate?
We did not.
Or not? And if so, can we give a reprieve to, if we can, somewhere in there for that water rate? Just
Okay.
just research it.
Yes, sir. I'll be ready to answer that after the sentence.
Yes, sir. Okay, thank you.
Anybody else have any questions? Thank you. Being manager of a report, Ms. Connie.
So, just want to give an update. We are conducting another survey as requested. We do have the engineer actually looking at possibly other locations, determining whether or not there's feasibility. Some of the locations would include Burger Park, et cetera. The price, we feel that we have a very good price at this point. The price is gonna be a little bit, maybe about 50,000 more than what, Mr. Joe has indicated, because that's just the core. But there are other things that have to be added, such as fence, other things that we have to do to the environment to ensure that it is properly installed. So, this will be on the July agenda for the discussion. There's another update as it relates to the airport advisory board. Just want everyone to know that we did follow the guidance that were provided to staff, which was to send the draft report of the draft ordinance to all of the advisory board members. We did hear that. We did receive some feedback, and that was considered. The final ordinance will be on the July agenda as well. There were some resignations that occurred. I think there were like 3 resignations. The remaining 4 members, they do actually fit the categories that are identified in the draft ordinance. Even the additional chapter that had to be inserted into order, that is also will be presented in June. The operations, we have made significant progress with just dealing with the assessments that was prepared by the consultant almost a year ago. And so at this point, we are interacting with the consultant. We're moving forward, and we're taking all of there was about 7 or 6 different findings, and we have developed corrective action. So we will be moving forward with the recommendations. Finally, with the homeless shelter, we have identified areas that might work, and therefore, we're looking at what's required to make the property fit. That's saying it is known, and that will be brought back to you. The Blue Crab Festival, we did have the town hall meeting, and at this point, we decided that it was most appropriate to bring it back to the commissioners for direction and discussion. Thanks.
When we say that, are we speaking of this moment, discussion, direction? Or not? Well, I am. It is on the agenda, so that's why I was asking that it is further on. It is on the agenda further on, so that's why, yeah, I just wanted to. Yes, thank you. And go ahead, Commissioner.
Ms. Cardy, a couple of questions, regarding the splash pad. When we get an update at the next meeting where that's on the agenda, I want to ask for some updates to information we've received. In particular, I'd like to get an update on the cost again and understand the cost. As I've just looked around, our costs seem very low from what it's typically taking in other areas that have municipal water as the source. Secondly, can we confirm and have a clear understanding before the presentation, a confirmed when we could possibly have it? The reason I'm bringing that up is because based on what we heard in the last meeting, one of the places at the river, it's not an option based on current leases. So I'm just asking, can we have that information clear?
Yes.
I know the discussion went on about it, but if those could be brought back, accurate information based on comparing to splash pads that use municipal water versus some other source that may not be as expensive. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. We will take that.
My second issue is with the airport. We have some compliance conflicts, I will call them. What I'm also asking is if anything that's a compliance conflict be prioritized to be addressed as soon as possible. I know one of the conflicts is with a tenant and questioning whether the tenant has business related to the industry. We have been discussing that for a long period of time. As it relates to compliance, I think it's black and white, more black and white than we're making the decision. So I am asking for that to be resolved according to the required compliance. Yeah. And secondly, if that's the first, yes. Secondly, for airport, I've been reviewing the charter and when the airport advisory board was started. I know it started for a particular reason. We updated that information. Again, one of the things I'd like to see is a review or analysis to determine based on when that original advisory board was established, because it's not just something about keeping the community involved, which obviously was a different scope at that time. And the airport was a different entity at that time.
Yes.
So I know we're trying to make it right and align things, but I'm not so sure that we're aligned with our proper research to understand. Number one, is the advisory board for the airport even needed today? Number two, if so, what does it look like? And will be from direction given out, we need to come back with some information on that. And number three, is there something related to the airport that will prevent us from being treated on any other city department? In other words, the structure is the commissioner, the city manager, and the department.
Yes.
In this case, which I believe, as I've been reading all the information since the last meeting, we seem to get confusion and conflict because of the structure and lack of clarity for that structure. So those are some things I'd like for you to take a deeper dive into to understand, because maybe it's time we start looking at it if we need to make different changes. And I know we have a charter review in progress, but that's something we need to do in 2025. It might be different from the year it started. Thank you. Yes. Yeah.
Questions, comments?
My only other comment was, is in alignment with, Commissioner Davis. I did have a chance to go out to the airport and I visited and from the compliance standpoint, I think, we addressed at least two of the three issues.
Yes.
That is, certainly not in alignment with the, FAA. So, and I think I last meeting that we stopped the operation that was going on, that was out of compliance. So has that been done?
In response to your question, I am moving with the assistance of the consultant where the steps that have been identified. First reaction was to make certain that, if the FAA does come and such that, then we have a written plan of what we're going to do, and we have already started. So we do have steps that I do not want to disclose publicly, but we are in the midst of those steps.
My question was,
We have not, well, we have not put anyone out.
I didn't say evicting them. There are certain things happening out there that we are liable for. And my question is, an example, the ski range. Okay, example. That is not an appropriate, use for the property.
Yeah.
So my question is, do you have to continue to wait for the consultant to, and we've stated that it's clear, it's a clear violation because it's not in alignment with the FAA. So that's my issue of concern. Because if it's gonna affect, here's what we got. If it's gonna affect our funding,
Right.
we just recently paid off the airport debt.
Right.
It had not been that way for us quite some time. So we want to make sure that we continue to get the funding that we get from FAA. We don't want to risk that. So my point is we need to move quicker than fast if we can.
And I accept what you're saying, and I do want you to know that we are moving as quickly as we really can. There are legal issues also that I do not want to stay on the site.
Okay.
I want to,
Make certain that I do everything that I should do so that we protect the city. And we are doing that. So, but we have come across some legal matters that we have to be certain that we, have that clear before we make movement.
One other thing before I give up the floor. An example is skeet shooting, for instance. What if from one of the individuals end up getting injured by a gunshot out there? The city is gonna own that.
Yes.
We do know that. So who is accepting it?
Yes. We just had a meeting, just 4 days ago with these people. So, thank you. I don't want to say.
In my opinion, it should cease. In my opinion, it should cease because of the liability and the potential safety for people who are operating out there in that manner.
it's the job of this commission. We have one employee. And it's the job of this commission to give direction as to certain things. One of the issues that I have that I've been hearing over and over, not just with this situation, that we're working, that we have a plan, and that we're moving according to. The issue that I have, we don't know the plan. We don't know what's happening. Yet we're getting phone calls. This is the only opportunity we as the commission have to hear anything so that we're able to help navigate. I understand day to day, and everyone knows that I'm very much firm on not jumping into the day to day. But when it comes to policy, that's where we, as the commission, help set that policy. And if there had been direction that was given from a commissioner to the city manager, some form of communication should have been sent to the commission to put us all on the same page. We've been talking about the airport for years. We've been talking about it extensively, more so recently, heavily. There are opportunities or there are funding opportunities that we may or may not be able to get as a result of activities, and I'm not singling out one, activities that are going on at our airport. Even now hearing that there has been a resignation of 3 of the board members, I'm a tiny bit more concerned as one having 4 people remain on that board in the future of the direction that they're going to be given. I'm concerned about or questioning whether resignations because we're trying to bring an ordinance to govern or oversee it the way that it should or that we did. Was it something that we were no longer interested? There's questions that are now, and for us to hear that we have a plan that we're working towards something and not specifically know what that is, that doesn't fit right. And again, as the employee of this commission, I want to make sure that there's an understanding that when direction is given, that if there is something that you know that we don't know, that it be communicated in some way, shape, or form, via email, via meeting with the commissioners, via phone calls, because here on the commission, we get home. Right? And I'm sure you get a lot of calls.
Right.
And for us to be able to properly address some of the things as far as the policy portion of it, which that does affect the policy, we have to be in the know.
Okay.
And I you get that 4 days you had a meeting ago, that was 4 days we could have had a communication that was sent out to us.
All right.
I surely found that same information out, but if I have not, and I'm sorry for that. But, to be frank and open, we just met with the ski club 4 days ago. We did go over the fact that, they are not compliant, that it came out that while we were sitting there, that there's a letter that supposedly gave them authority to do what they're doing. I have not seen the letter. I requested the letter. So that was just 4 days ago.
So you have the authority, if there is something that they say they have, produce it or shut it down until you can produce it. Again, there's a lot of and I get if there is a legal component of it, allow legal to address it with you, through you, to get to us. But again, there has been several conversations from this dais with regards to a lot of the activity that has been out there. And I often say we talk about things when they're hot, but when they're no longer hot, we don't hear from it until it's an issue again. And that's one of the main problems that we have. Next time we would have heard from this, if Commissioner Bourne wouldn't have said anything, it probably would have been at the point of we're risking the fact of losing something dealing with the operation. So that I'm speaking. So what I'm trying to get to convey, when you do have these important meetings, especially if it has been something that has come as a result of a request that has come from a commissioner, that has been televised, that has been put in record, we need the correct follow-up. And the correct follow-up is however that commissioner wishes to have it, if it's an email, if it's a meeting, telephone call, because again, we can't do anything unless we know. And again, when it comes down to and I'm speaking to policy, that's a policy issue. I'm not speaking to the day-to-day, because that is you. But when it comes down to going against what policy is, that's where we as a commissioner, we have to put our foot down. We have to say, stop it. Let us help you navigate through this, even if it needs to be whatever kind of meeting, legal a part of it. But when it comes down to something like that policy, and everybody knows, more so recently, our day-to-day versus our actual, this is what we actually fit here to do, is help create policy. And if the policy is not being followed, it needs to be addressed the correct manner. And sometimes it takes making a stop so that they can come into compliance, or else we have to stop allowing people to run over us. If there is documentation, provide it. If there is not, cease and desist.
So therefore, I have my marching orders, I understand, Commissioner, and I will move forward.
Or you have them come before us and we can ask them the questions.
Commissioner Warren has.
And two, I think, Commissioner,
Are you still?
I'm good.
well, again, and the other question would be, have you had a chance to deal with our legal staff person to see what the operation is at the airport and understand if that is the use? And have you also received feedback from our city airport manager?
Yes, I talked to. So what I did since everything started, which was maybe, I don't want to go back in history, but a few months ago, but we did go out, three of us, and we did the site visit, as I mentioned before. At the site visit, we didn't see the kind of, aviation purpose that we thought would be there. It wasn't there. And I did request due diligence. We did all our due diligence. And so therefore, now that we've involved the consultant as well to ensure us that, okay, this is really non-compliant. Here is all of the guidance, here's the assurances, the grant compliance assurances and so forth. We did all of that as recently as last week. So we had that meeting, and now that we've done everything that we feel we're supposed to do, we are now moving forward with legal, releasing to the tenant the paperwork that's required to let them understand that you cannot stay here.
And
That's where we are right now.
and
I just got.
right, and the last thing is the piece with the cease and desist until we understand and know that whether we FAA, if it's in compliance, we already know from a standpoint that certain uses out there is not property. So is there an issue with issuing a cease and desist?
No, there isn't, now that we've done the due diligence that we needed to do. And I'm comfortable with, yep, we've done everything. So there is no reason for us not to move forward.
Cause it's three things that I know of that's out there. Unless there's more.
I know about two.
We had a workshop on
And
this one.
we did that with, the
Okay.
consulting gave us the assessment.
Okay, here's the third one then. Generally you don't have, people who would remain on property, during an event. An example is the flight school, right? You have, events. But if you go on the north, I guess that's north, yeah, that's north. So if you go on the north, side of the airport, when you're first coming in, Moody Road North, north of Moody Road right there, along that line, there's people parked all along there in our RVs and among other things. And so there's stationed there for long periods of time. That's my understanding.
follow.
So that's the third thing that I learned about.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Jones?
With all the questions, my question is at this time, is it proper to have this moved as a emergency item and we take an action versus we've already gave direction. And I think with what we're talking, moving in circle.
Right.
I think
We
that,
got-
so my question is, attorney, would this be proper to bring it as an emergency item now to give direction? And make an action happen?
You can make a motion in a second and take a vote if you'd like. I think what I've heard is that, the consensus, at least from the people who have been, the commissioners that have been speaking, is to send the cease and desist letter to the, shooting range at the airport.
In the unauthorized.
Any tenant that's not in compliance.
Compliance with FAA.
Any tenant that's not FAA.
It's a little broader.
Right.
There's three uses that we think are out there that are not.
So,
No, I think,
I'm here to explain.
Right.
Why they feel authorized if they are.
maybe we could have Mr. McNeil come up, because I'm a little bit confused about the third. I know of the two, which is the ski club and the use of the old terminal for a non-FAA purpose, but Mr. McNeil, could you please come up? Because I'm not clear on this third item, or maybe you can clarify some of it for us, please. So we have the ski club and we have the use of the former terminal for non-FAA purpose. Is there a third thing?
Oh, you won't make an airport manager for the city of Palatka. Actually, there are several. So this kind of goes back to, and this is not. Get programs and it's okay, way are we compliant? So I was asked that question, a couple of, one or two city managers. My truthful answer is, we're not. Well, so instead of taking my word for it, which is fine, a consultant, the industry consultant was hired to come into the and do more of a third party, independent, let's look at your property. We know what the FAA looks for. We know what the violations are. We know what the common conditions are. And a lot of them are obviously unauthorized use. A lot of them may deal with the lack of fair market value to rent. So they came in, did the assessment. It wasn't about the quality of the operation. It was about the nature of the operation. Came in, they identified freight bills, water discharge, essentially, do you have any kind of document or instrument that shows how the airport is getting the ground lease revenue from this operation? We don't have that. And again, these are some older practices that were used. And when you get up to speed nowadays with regulation, they are being very, very aggressive about and effective about addressing them. Because the reality of it, the grant dollars are getting smaller. So we have to become more compliant to capture those funds. And a lot of airports, nearby airports, have received visits, and they're going through the process of having to try to justify the issue. And in those situations, it can get challenging. So what we're trying to do is be proactive about it and say, okay, well, hey, before they show up, we want to get on it now and get it addressed. But they are making their rounds. I had my meeting this week with the region, and the vice chair of that. And the word is, hey, they're down south, but they're moving to the north to really go to these airports and set them operations. So if there are several, if I need to identify the several, like I can.
Yeah, that might be helpful. Thank you.
So the spray field, one, the potable water wells, the fire station location, and essentially what they're doing is they're looking at the current property line of the airport. And if there's some instrument in place for the fire station, if we can produce that, that's fine. That protects us.
Right.
Yes, but they're looking at these operations and they're saying, what is within the property line? How is it set up and is it fine? Building W4, which some may call it the old terminal building. What's the other? We got that, yeah. So potable water wells, spray fields, fire station locations, people, utility company.
Okay. And Commissioner Bourne brought up campers there for extended period of time, so clarify that, please.
So that was not noted, however, that is a result of probably old practices. So part of the skydive, it's not flight training, it's actually skydive. Part of their agreement that in place, that as well, is essentially, if there's an event going, the city allowed them to come in for the event. Well, those events are typically 3 days, a week or so. Well, what's been happening, is probably still a bit longer. Saying, when we do our ops or our airfield inspection, it's me, and, you know, you guys also recall there was a fire there. But no, you know, and I think it was good for being, but, you know, it wasn't designed. So that does exist, and that's a common item that if we got a bid, one of the inspector, they don't want to see the kitchen or anywhere close to. Look at that. Yeah, there's a lot of building and a whole lot of.
Emergency motion?
Commissioner?
Yes, I move that we add an emergency item to the agenda. It is, regarding the
Second.
airport.
Second.
We have a motion, a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Thank you. Okay, and now we need a motion.
State your motion.
Discuss.
Commissioner?
The cease and desist.
Now, I do have a question, and it's directed more to the legal. With regards to the cease and desist, if that's the way that this commission is used to go. Because my statement was general, not specific. So are we, and this is also to the commission as well. Initially, we heard 3. Now we have a list of 5. Where 6? Where does that 7? So that's a lot more to bite off of than what we originally. My question, Mr. Mayor, McNair, come back.
To the exercise program, Mr.
Where does that leave the airport? If we, it's a few different questions that I've thrown out there. But where does that leave the airport with regards if those letters or whatever were to go to those specific?
Entities, yeah.
Good question, so. I mean. So, if you're gonna do that, obviously, you know, it's going to impact. However, some operations are a little less impacted than others, but the dollar rented is not. Thanks for. The spray field, obviously, that's city service. Potable water wells, city item. I think those are low hanging fruit that we can get resolved quicker. Fire station, I think that's enough. We can really get knocked out. But the two. Probably W and ski range. In terms of the RVs at the airport, you know, that's not a revenue source for us. So the customer or tenant is paid their rent. It's a bill, but in terms of RVs get staged there, there's no cost.
Now, this is to the commission. When we send the cease and desist, if that is the pleasure of the board, are we given, because from what I heard, there are things that there are legal, I don't know if even if it's legal stating, and it may be for every other tenant. Are we giving them an opportunity to provide information to us? Or are we just ceasing and deceasing and allow, that's what I want to make sure that there's a clear understanding of how we are moving forward. Are we moving forward with a plan? Or are we giving opportunity? I just want to make sure that as we move forward, that we take truly into consideration the effect, whether good or bad.
With that plan, excuse me, I don't, you know, if we do decide that a plan has to be developed, it needs to have timelines. That's always my concern, that we don't.
Absolutely, I agree.
But go ahead, Commissioner.
A few more questions. The consultant completed that review and gave the city the report when? Approximately.
Probably Jane, we identified it as we started going over to the airport recently. I would say actually December is when I got involved with.
Yeah, around the first of the year, so
Yeah,
it
first of the
started.
Okay.
Months prior of split changes, but we ended up getting the finished product.
Right.
So, once the finished product was provided, obviously internally, we started looking, okay, so what does this really mean, you know, and
Okay.
what's the exposure?
Got it. So, look, let me state what I'm having a problem with. Now, I just need help. I'm really concerned that these things are going on. And I do recommend you just came into the position, Ms. Cardi. But with the information we're getting, and some of this discussion has been in place since you started, that I feel like we're hearing information from the airport manager that was never relayed by you to the commission. And I think much of this information we're hearing is critical to, as Commissioner Campbell said, the work we need to do and the guidance we need to establish. While I do recognize that some of this is not easy and it's been inherited, but at the point of non-compliance and law, that is not great. And I'll be honest, I feel like we're leaning towards, and I know we have to be careful how we do things, but I feel like we're leaning towards protecting others before we're protecting the city. And I just want to protect my own record. And that, I have a problem with that. Our first priority is the city of Palatka. In terms, yes, we want to be good. We want to get tenants and have a good tenant relationship, but it has to be legal, appropriate, and compliant. And so what I'm hearing is while there is a process and things are working, I don't feel the level of priority for the city's protection that I think we should hold when we have a city manager, a staff attorney, and a airport manager who totally understands the department. And I don't know where the gap is, but there's definitely a gap with the information that comes to this commission. So I need to say that because I'm trying to generate other questions to not say it, and I'm kind of taking time, but so I just need to say that's my biggest concern. So.
And then not only ultimately by me and reports through the commissioners, but additionally, it was also in different agenda meetings. One of our last agenda meeting, it was in there. That's when I brought it to the forefront. Once I gained the understanding, we had issued a notice to fees. We did that previously. And then
You know, it was stated that we never communicated, et cetera. So then we said, okay, let's do our own due diligence. We did the due diligence. We've done everything that we should have done to be certain that as we move forward, we are protecting the city. So we just completed that due diligence.
And I just,
If I haven't communicating, I don't know why.
I'll let you go, then I'll go.
I did, because I did send it previously.
Well, let me clarify.
I can get the dates.
No, let me clarify then. You're right. You have been communicating. It's not a lack of communication, it's the quality of the information. That's what's missing. And you're right, this has been on several agendas. However, again, and I've had this conversation, and if you notice, after we get department reports, I typically have a comment request. And that is the information that we're giving, that it be presented to us in a complete manner. We do get information, but it is disjointed. It's very difficult to understand the consequences of certain information. We don't have the complete picture. We do get information. We do get communications. I'm just saying, for me, it's not complete enough to prevent us getting to where we are today. Yes.
and I was hoping next, then you, Commissioner Ball. I did receive the information from Ms. Cotty, and I think that, as I recall from, at least from the, I won't, the old terminal, I'll keep referring to it as that, for that incident, that the person that is leasing it was notified, and the airport advisory board opposed that. And so in order to, it came, you know, I think that's when the due diligence started, and looking deeply into how that even came about, how the use of that terminal came about for the tenant, what that tenant is using it for. I think but all of that happened. We did get that information, and that ended up resulting in having to look into it further and do a further investigation or deep dive into that particular use. So I think sometimes it is fragmented, but we did have a workshop in the airport too, and we did get a lot of information, and it's been changing. I mean, it's to no fault of anybody, and not to any fault of Ms. Cardi. Go ahead.
Okay, I mean, you made a point that, the advisory board, made gave a direction, advisory board don't make final decisions. I'm gonna ask the attorney, what is the role of an advisory board, Lisa?
They make recommendations to the final decision-making board, which is you.
Thank you. Right, so when they give direction, they can't say what to do and how to do it. They can give guidance and not direction, but guidance. And it's up to the authoritative individuals to be able to take it or go a different direction. So the advisory board don't have that authority. Right. The other point is, we heard information dissemination, and we have communicated these things. So it's too many times we have been hit with, well, we told the commissioners, they didn't do nothing. So when something happens, we own it. So what the direction you've been given, on multiple occasions, to be able to, if something is clear and present, and we know that this thing is not in compliance, it needs to be. Then we can take it up sometime later unless something else changes. So for the things that's clear, we need to act. We've been not acting.
And I do the same with you. It was, I think that the point of that was that the board had this history and so-called knowledge, and we wanted to have the facts before we terminated the lease. That in fact, it was not being used for a purpose that was correct for the airport and FAA. And so that was why there was a due diligence needed for that. We're talking about the old terminal specifically, rental lease.
About 3 months, a lot of the information we really did not know at the onsite. That took a lot of research, digging, all that kind of stuff, so that is now done. The error on the side of caution was to bring the consultant back, right time, which we did, I think, last week. And met with the person, and said, look, this is our findings, this is what we're doing, are we proceeding correctly? And that's last week, we confirmed, yes. So now we're gonna take action.
I think my concern is, I'm sorry.
Commissioner Davis was.
Yeah.
Go ahead, you have the floor, Commissioner Davis.
How much does the consultant cost? In other words, there is a cost to the city to bring this consultant back to do what. Okay. And you brought him back in. The second question is, when the initial request was made for the tenant to leave, did legal do due diligence prior to coming to that conclusion?
I assume that if airport manager and city attorney, and they apprised me of the circumstance.
Right.
At that moment, I said, they're not in compliance.
Right.
You know.
Okay. And let me apologize because I am interrogating you. However, I agree with Commissioner Bora. Ms. Carter, you are the city manager. We have a staff attorney. We pay for both of you to do this work. And I am concerned that a decision was made because I know you guys did not enter into the information you sent out before this advisory board denied it, which is not good. So that's egregious to me. So no more interrogation about that. I think we've made our point. But the one thing I'm hearing as well, and I'm even more concerned that the mayor needs information that the rest of the commission does not know. So I'm just gonna ask, if you could please stand in communication with all information and make sure all commissioners are getting the same information. And I know because I don't need examples, I just want to make the request moving forward. Commissioner Campbell?
I just have the question of what was the consultant gonna tell you differently than he already told you in the initial report?
Thing just confirming that I did understand.
So if
correctly.
we bring in a consultant and the consultant has given a report, and this is the instance of, this is not the first time this has happened. We pay someone for a service. They provide the service. It may not be what we desire to hear as a result of their service. So we bring them in again to have them confirm a service that we've already paid them to conduct, that has a final report to tell us the same thing, that what they stated the first time is the same thing they're gonna tell us the second time.
So we asked him to look at the corrective action plan that was prepared to make certain that it would comply and it would go well with FAA. That's what we had him look at last week when we had the meeting. And so we just had the meeting, he confirmed that our corrective action plan is a good plan. And now, as I sent to you all, I sent to the commissioners, and I said, did a corrective action plan, and I will be proceeding with the recommendation.
So I
That's
think
what I said.
this conversation has evolved and it has unleashed a lot. So I want us as the commission, mayor, to be cautious simply because I get the way that the conversation started and where we are now. There's a whole lot of other underlying things that we have to truly take into consideration. As we spend the seas or whatever the direction of this commission, I just want it to be clear when we move forward and how we move forward. I believe that we've talked substantial, well, there's a motion on the table, so I don't wanna deviate this conversation. So,
This is what
Yes.
emergency motion was approved. It's not an actual
We don't
motion.
have-
oh, okay, so I'm at, okay, so I want to make sure that, I believe that there has been direction given directly and indirectly. Again, I'm standing from the side of policy. I stand with policy. And I'm going to leave that to the city manager.
So are we ready to make?
I'm ready to make a motion. I move that the city manager and city attorney continue working in the manner in which they're working since we are at this point and a process is being followed. And that this item be included when it's July 24th. That,
It's a long time.
okay,
Yes.
yeah. So what I'm struggling with is I do want to put a timeline on when they need to provide us feedback. So since it's July 24th, we should have been doing a copy of the letters that are going to be sent out at least. No, let me go back. Okay, let me start over. I move that the city manager and the city attorney continue to move forward with the process that's already in place in dealing with the compliance issues at the airport. And that the commission be provided an update by July 4th, July 7th. Okay.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. We have a second.
I'll second for the point of conversation, discussion.
We have a motion and second discussion.
So the discussion that I have, I'm fine with the motion as it stands. But I'm a little bit more concerned of, it's not a concern, just want to clarify. We heard cease and desist. Is that going to everyone? And you may not have the answer, you can provide that in the report, because a part of that cease and desist is the city of Palatka.
Right.
Any other?
So my motion did not include, I just had pursued with, for them to continue with the process
That's why I
that they have in
said it
place.
stated, cease and desist. It wasn't in your motion, but commentary as a result of your motion mentioned cease and desist.
I think there may be some of those as part of the corrective action plan, but not for all seven, because there's 7 approved now.
That's just why I wanted to bring it out, and I wanted to make sure that, because if cease and desist is not the recommendation for everyone, it still goes to allowing. But I just didn't want the cease and desist to be the thing that gets tied up, because that was mentioned.
Yeah, it was mentioned, but it wasn't in the motion.
I get it, but as a result of the commentary that came as a result of the motion, I just want to make sure that that was identified. And I still second the motion.
Is there any further discussion?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Let's take a discussion, not for it to get lost. The two main points that we talked about, Sea Club and the building JW. W4. W4, okay. And we already had a cease and desist drafted, issued, and then we came back and said we're gonna do due diligence. Unless I'm wrong, when I heard you said you guys have to complete your due diligence.
Yes.
Again, so what's the matter with issuing that cease and desist on those two? And then continuing with the course of action with Commissioner Davis, so. Attorney.
I think you could do that. I haven't reviewed airport compliance plan. I will talk with Jane about that, do that. I think if these are at the point where we can discuss the issue again, that would be the next step. So,
Yeah, just don't want to push it out an entire, another month, and then our next meeting, we only meet once a month right now. And with liabilities that Commissioner Fuller brought on, I think that we must do something. We're just, I continue to talk in circles, so we don't want.
have an inspection.
Absolutely, sir. So that's my point. So let's, if we bought in an emergency item, let's make an emergency action. That's my take, Commissioner,
So we have a motion on the floor as it stands, but it doesn't specifically say for those two items. But again, if the timeline.
That's why I said what I
Yeah.
said.
I'm open
Is she-
to an amendment.
Make an amendment, ma'am?
Can I amend the motion? Or
There's
is
a
that-
motion on the floor. The motion has to die.
First. So all in favor?
Nay for this, it has to die.
All in favor, there was no zero, nay, nay.
Nay.
Hold on. No. I voted aye because I was in favor of the motion that I second the way that it
Oh, I'm
was.
sorry. So-
Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm gonna ask for clarification because I'm going off. I intentionally made the motion the way I made it, so let me back up.
I can help you.
Mr. Attorney, can you help frame the motion which she initially made that we seconded?
No, the motion is on the floor. The motion was stated the way that it was. We call for a vote. It's either yay or nay. If it fails, we then make a new motion based on, that's.
That's the direction we were going, but then we got stopped.
Yeah.
No, we did not.
Yes, we did, because the mayor had called for the vote.
And I called.
Several votes.
Okay.
She missed my vote. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand. My vote was not counted for. She said there were all nays, and I didn't say nay. I said,
I didn't hear you. That's my fault. Go ahead.
I just want to clarify, the reason I made the motion the way I made it is because I did have the city manager say there was some legal issues. And I want to make sure, so I made them continue with their process with information on July 4th, because I want to make sure we're not potentially creating a bigger legal issue. And I don't know, but that is why I made the motion with.
So we have, yes, so we have two yays, and did you vote nay?
So-
Nay, Commissioner Brown, did you vote nay?
Well, I need to get a little bit more
Okay,
information,
go ahead.
because here's what we got. We're voting on something that we don't even know what the city manager knows in terms of the implications around what could be, what was a potential legal issue. So can we at least know what the legal issue are?
Right.
Can we-
And like, if I.
Yes.
Like I mentioned, we just want last night.
there is a motion on the floor.
This week is almost over. You did it last week, but this week is tomorrow.
I believe it was last
No,
week.
no, there's no point of order. You need the point of order. You just need to be contained. I got the floor right now. I have. Thank you.
Yeah, we had the meeting, I believe it was last Thursday.
There is a motion for it.
It was brought to my attention that there is a letter that literally gives them the right to be there. I have not seen the letter, and I've requested the letter, so that just happened. And so for that particular circumstance, like I want to get that letter in my hand to see anyway. But you mentioned something about just see something says, and let them bring the letter to prove the point. I think you said that.
Yes.
Right, so that's the pathway I'm going in.
The discussion had closed and we were in the middle of the vote.
Right, I just heard you know, precisely. So as city manager, as it relates to the one situation that's straightforward, I do understand how to move forward with that as I did previously. Okay, and the due diligence process has been completed.
And one last thing, is that in alignment with the motion in the second, that Commissioner Davis made, is that in alignment with what the motion should?
It sounds like it to me, yes.
Or is it sound like it or is it is? I need to know, Mayor.
The discussion period has ended and we have a motion on the floor.
Well, when you have a second, that's when you can call for question, and this is the question.
We did that already.
But I'm asking a question to the city manager for some clarity. That I'm voting on. So my question is what the motion that was made and seconded by Commissioner Davis? Is that in alignment with what you're walking through?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's what I'm asking.
City attorney, I mean, city, and
Attorney.
yes. A motion was made. A second was given. A vote was cast, but there was a discrepancy in the the vote. There was nothing, I said yay, but it was identified as all the commissioners said nay. The discrepancy is discussion intervened prior to the correction of me stating that the vote was wrong. So that's where the confusion came in. So seek understanding first and not for me to be contained. How do we correct what has already been done so that it's properly reflected into the minutes and give us direction as to how we move forward?
One of the dangers of just taking out the place from all the favors they had is frequently the person who's listening can't distinguish who's saying what, or the people speak at the same time. That's why it's advantageous to do a roll call vote by the clerk, where she calls each person's name and then you can record the vote. So this one sounds like there was a mistake with the voice call, everyone talking at the same time. The motion I heard, and maybe the clerk has this better, but I wrote the city manager and city attorney move forward with the airport compliance plan. And that city council be provided an update by July 7th. I believe that was the motion. If you can read that, don't you read that motion, and then we can go. It's a little bit back to the clock when we're to resolve any of the problems that happened the last time.
I agree. Commissioner Davis, go ahead.
I move that the city manager and the city attorney move forward with the process in place to address the compliance issues at the airport.
We have a
And
motion
you
and a
want the
second.
city council to be provided an update by July 7th.
Yes.
With an update to the commission by July 7th.
The motion, we have a second from Commissioner Campbell, motion by Commissioner Davis. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Commissioner Davis,
Yay.
Commissioner Campbell,
Yay.
Commissioner Jones,
Nay.
Commissioner Boer,
Nay.
Mayor Carrera.
I didn't say any in the first.
A motion.
So now a new motion can be made.
Commissioner Campbell, you have a motion.
I will second the motion, so it would have to come from someone preferably who.
You have a motion to resolve this. Commissioner Boer.
I'll make the motion that the city manager continue with the current consultant or the plan that we currently have as it relates to the airport operation. And with direction on this safety. So this is on anything that would not like a legal issue.
What is time date? Timeline?
No, that is July 7th.
Okay. Have another motion on the floor. Does anybody want to second that motion?
Second discussion, I second the motion.
Have a second discussion. Any further discussion?
If the motion dies, the operation continues as it is. So there's a resolution without having a resolution. Let's move forward.
Okay, roll call. And clerk.
Commissioner Davis. No. Commissioner Campbell,
Nay.
Commissioner Jones,
Yay.
Commissioner Warren,
Yay.
Chairman Stewart.
Nay. I said nay, so the motion dies. I will just move forward with what she's doing and keep us updated as much as possible.
May I add, just to ask something, in the package, it shows that you give us verbal reports. I prefer you to start giving us written reports, because we can't go back on what was said. We could pull up documentation. That's not, at this level, we should not be getting verbals anyway. We require the department has to give it, and as you all direct report. At this point, I would like to give you direction to give us. Thank you.
On to our City of Palatka budget versus actual revenues and expenditures report for the month ending May 31st, 2025. Ms. Claudia.
All right, good evening, commissioners, all that are here. Functioning as finance director, we do have the summarized City of Palatka budget versus actual expenses and revenues year to date for the 8 months ended May 31, 2025. Oh, I made it do it? Oh, okay. So year to date, like our budget is 77,882,000. Year to date, we have actualized 27 million, and we've actually spent 25 million. So we have revenues in excess of expenditures for the 8 months of $1,880,000. General fund has brought in 12 million and has spent 11 million. I'm just gonna say it briefly. Airport has brought in 1,898,000, and they've spent 1,612,000, operating at a profit of 285,000. Our ARPA fund has actualized 285,000, and we actually spent that amount and earned that amount as well. With the golf course, we've generated 82,000. We have spent 111,000. So at this moment, airport is operating at a loss. We are actually looking at airport agreement and trying to be certain that there's compliance again. We are looking at all of the agreements right now for compliance concerns and issues.
And just for correction, that was the golf course though, right?
That was the golf course.
Okay.
And that's one of the reasons why we are, what did I say, airport?
Yeah,
I'm
that's okay,
sorry
but
about
just for the
that. So
record.
it's a golf course.
She said that.
So
She
we
said
are
golf.
looking at all.
She was on the first airport.
Let her go on, please.
No, I mean, I told him that you were saying airport first and you cleared that up and then moved to the golf course.
Anyway, let her, Ms. Claudia,
And I did also want to mention that we are looking also at golf course for compliance and so forth. And we did meet with them. I believe this was last week also, the beginning of the week. Utility fund, they have generated 8,024,000. That's why I'm concerned about water utility, because our profit was only $2,000. That right there indicates that our revenues need to be looked at and analyzed, and that's why next week we will be preparing an analysis to compare costs and to try to make a determination of what amount the revenue should be increased by if we must increase them. The tax increment fund, which is CRA, has generated 931,000. and have actually spent 186,000. We do expect to spend more these last 3 months. So overall, the most important thing, the most important factor is that we're still generating more revenue than what we're spending. And I would say the main reason is because our grants are being actualized. So a lot of grant expenditures are being incurred, and reimbursement is also coming in for the grants as they are being incurred. And just looking at that pretty graph there, that tall number, that is general fund, and it's showing that the bulk of general fund revenues, which is 3,700,000, is coming from property tax. So of that 12 million that has come in the general fund, almost 4 million came from property tax. Going to the next graph, if you can, next page. And that's showing us that, again, with citywide actual year to date, about 30% is coming from our, it's actually from the general fund, well, not general fund, that would be utilities. So 30%, 8 million is coming from utilities. 45% is coming from general fund of that 27 million. The next one, of the 25 million that was spent in expenditures, 11 million is being spent from general fund. 8 million is being spent from utilities. So the pattern is consistent that we have two funds that have the most revenue, and they're also spending the most, and that's general and utility. Our reserve percentage is 20%. The recommended percentage is, I believe, 16.7%. So at this point, we are still doing well, but I am paying attention to grants and so forth, particularly grants. Because one of the things that happen with grants, we'll spend money like in this month, and we aren't gonna get that money back. It might take us 2 months. So 2 months from now, you're gonna see a lot of revenue come in, and it's gonna look like we're so profitable, but that's because there's the delay with the expending first and then receiving the revenue second. I just wanted to put that out. Any questions, like?
Commissioner Braun?
Yes, thank you. Let's go back to the water utility. You said we were on a real close, tight margin of $2,000 water utility. In terms of where we were last year, this is the first time I ever heard that we've been ever this close. So, what's different? If you can't answer it now, then I'd like to have at least some answer within the week or whatever, to kind of get an understanding of why the margin is where it's at. In terms of, yes, no.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the second thing is the reserve is at 20%. Question, I do know we was at as high as 32 and 26, and so I'm just asking what brought it down to 20?
Okay. And I'm going to research that for you.
Okay,
And I'll give you that answer.
Thank you.
thank you. We getting close to 16.
Any other questions? On to City of Palatka, Florida, annual financial report for the year ended September 30th, 2024.
Okay, we should have our auditors, are they online or did they leave? Are they? They weren't there. Anyway, the most important thing is that the audit was completed. The auditors were on Zoom, but they may have left. So that is most important. That can you mind bringing up their presentation? I don't mind going over it for them if they're not here. You could bring up the presentation. I'll do that.
I'm pulling it up.
Okay, cool.
It seems to be on it.
No, we're here. Oh, you are? Okay, that's awesome. Right, so I would like the auditors, which are, they work diligently to get this completed, and we do have deadlines with state of Florida. So it's imperative that they get an opportunity to have this presentation given to you. HCT and Company. Their managing partner is Mr. Roderick Harding.
Okay, if you're ready, that would be great. Anytime.
Can they hear us?
I don't know. Hello?
I just asked them to unmute again.
You have to unmute them.
No, I had to ask them to unmute themselves.
There's that.
Yes, please, go ahead. Please, go ahead.
So most importantly, this is the audited financials for the year that ended September 30th, 2024. We must have this completed and submitted by June 30th, 2025. We did complete it. Go on to the next one.
Yes, please. Okay, here's Mr. Harvey.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Harvey. Don't move it. Keep moving.
Hello, everyone. How are you all? My
Good.
name is Rod Harvey, and I'm here to present the audit results for the fiscal year September 30 ended 2024. Over the next few minutes, we will talk about the audit results. We'll go over some supplementary slides, which is required communication and the responsibilities. Next slide, please. We performed our audit in accordance with, next slide, please. We performed our audit in accordance with GAS, Generally Accepted Auditing Standards, to ensure that the city is performing its financial statements in accordance with GAAP, Generally Accepted Accounting Principles. We also performed the Uniform Guidance, which is federal, and if applicable, the state single audit. We have completed all of the audit reports. There are no outstanding matters, and all significant accounting policies and procedures are noted in note 1. Next slide, please. Significant areas are noted on the next slide, which you can see: accounting estimates, allowance for doubtful accounts, depreciation, significant areas of risk, management override, revenue recognition, and cash. And there are no new pronouncements that had an impact on the financial statements. Next slide. There are no uncorrected or corrected financial statement AJEs that need to be adjusting entries that need to be posted at this time. There are no outstanding issues as relates to financial presentation and disclosures. Next slide, please. We noted no control deficiencies, no significant related party issues. Next slide, please. This is an important slide because it is our required communication to you. I will highlight a few areas. As you can see, there's no matters to report, no illegal acts or fraud, no non-compliance with laws and regulations, no disagreements with management, and no significant findings or issues were discussed with management. Next slide. We are deemed independent as relates to AICPA. Next slide, please. We will now, next slide, please, look over the financial reporting, revenues, expense, capital assets, and debt. Next slide, please. So, again, we performed our audit in accordance with GAS. Revenues for the September 30, 24 period, 37.7 million as compared to 37.2 for the same period ended in 2023. There was an increase in grants. We tested those revenues for accuracy, existence, and presentation. Jumping over to expenditures, 28.3 million for the 24 fiscal year as compared to 28.2 for 2023. Again, we tested those expenditure transactions for completeness, accuracy, and the presentation. Next slide, please. Capital assets, as you can see, for 24, 96.96 million as compared to $89 million for the 23 year. The increase is a result of infrastructure. And then long-term debt, 22.9 million for 24 as compared to 14.6 million for 23. Next slide, please. Our responsibility is to review the internal control environment based on those reviews and audits. Next slide. We will know any deficiencies. There are two types of deficiencies: significant deficiencies or material weakness. Next slide, please. We are happy to report that the city of Palatka has no findings as relates to internal controls issues to be reported. Next slide, please. This talks about the various requirements of the tripod. Management is responsible for the fair presentation of the financial statements. Management is responsible to provide us, the auditors, with all requests for people, paperwork, and evidence, audit evidence. The commission is responsible for the oversight of the financial process. And we, next slide, as your auditors, are required to report to you any of our findings. Next slide, please. Our requirements to communicate to you are listed on this slide. I will highlight 3. We are required to communicate if there's any suspect in fraud or we identify any non-compliance with laws. To communicate with management in writing if there are any significant deficiencies or control weaknesses. And then the third one is we will communicate to you if we identify or suspect any fraud involving management, employees in key roles, and others where fraud may result. At this time, if there's any questions, we will do our best to answer those questions. We thank you for the opportunity to serve the city of Palatka, and we look forward to finalizing and issuing the audit report. Thank you.
Anybody have any questions?
Got one question. Thank you, Mayor. Well, I had an opportunity to speak with the city manager, and I guess I'll explain. We talked about 3 weeks ago, maybe a month, and we talked about an entry that it appeared that the city had borrowed money when in fact it was a revenue. So help me understand, there was a $1.4 million. So help me understand that and how the entry is and is.
It really was something, Mr. Harvey, that occurred in prior fiscal year, which we have already addressed the adjustment to cash and so forth. And so the adjustment has been booked where everything's perfect. And that is something that occurred in the prior fiscal year that was addressed also in this year. So the liabilities are properly stated on our side. As employees of the city, the finance department, we actually reviewed the trial balances and so forth that were given to us by the auditors, and everything is in fact correct.
So it's not showing as a loan, it is showing as revenue. I just wanted to make sure that is on the record. It comes to me, I want to make sure that I'm transparent with the community as it relates to different things, because if you have a conversation and it's not clearly communicated, then in fact, if it's a problem where it shows a loan, you can easily have money that just disappear. So I just want to at least make sure I put that on the record.
Okay. And actually for this fiscal year, what it's really showing is that our debt position increased by $8,995,000. So that is a huge improvement for our city in 1 year that we increased by $9 million. And so 7 million came from our utilities, our business type activities. 1.9 million came from our governmental activities. Also this year, we had no findings, and this has been a turbulent year, yet we had no findings. So kudos to the management team, really, of our city, and thank you, Mr. Harvey, for the enormous amount of diligence that you all did this year. There has been, per your request, commissioners, they have now sent a proposal to perform the operational audit as well. And that did come in today as well.
Any additional questions?
Uh,
Thank you, Mr. Harvey.
Yeah.
Oh, you did
No,
go
no
ahead.
question. I just want to say, great job to the finance team. Thank you very much for your work because as you mentioned, it was turbulent, but good job.
One thing too, I guess, Mr. Harvey, on this operational audit, would that also, I guess when we wrote it up, it includes, property transactions?
It does. I
Okay,
do.
so all of these different things as related. Okay,
Yes, sir.
all right, thank you, sir, I appreciate it.
Thank
No
you.
problem.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Harvey.
Thank you so much. Thank you all.
I'm going to open the floor to public comments on any item not on the agenda. If anybody is here for public comments. Seeing none, oh, sorry, come up. Please give your name and city or town of residence for the record.
My name is Chris Hovius. I'm in Middleburg, Florida. I came down here. I was on the Tuesday night meeting. Was advised to come here to speak to you guys as well. I was a vendor for the Blue Crab Festival. I set up your guys' tents, tables, and chairs for the event. I have not been paid. The tax that was issued was returning insufficient funds. Kind of a backstory, I provided your tents for 13 years previously to be starting my own company. I worked for United Rental of Northeast Florida, which Tom Smith was the owner. He retired, he sold his company, but I've been here setting up the tents for 13 years. I got a call Tuesday night of your event week by Jeanette Sawyer, Ancient City Entertainment or whatever she wants to go by, saying that your guys' tent provider had dropped the ball. They were not coming to deliver your tents, tables, chairs. She called me Tuesday about 5 o'clock. Tuesday about 9 o'clock, she confirmed that they were not coming. I came down Wednesday, Thursday, Friday to set up your guys' event. She had given me the check. After the Memorial Day or whatever, that's when I was notified that it was not sufficient. Tried to contact Janetta. I reached out to your guys' attorney, Jane West, I believe. She advised me kind of what the standard is, I guess, for where you guys were at. It wasn't a city event or whatever, but at least to come there and present, to kind of throw, I guess, the mercy on you guys or kind of throw that. That's kind of, I guess, just where I'm at. So like I said, I have done your guys' event before. This is the first year of me and my company. I really think that I almost like a hero because if it wasn't for me, you guys wouldn't have had the stuff for the Crab Festival. I understand that, it's not your fault, it's not the city, the commission, or anything else or whatever, but if there's anything that you guys can do, I would greatly appreciate it because I just started a company and I've lost a ton of money, not only for my people coming down, staying up, fuel, training on other events, and, the lack of, so.
Commissioner Campbell.
I want to make sure that it's not appropriate time that he's complete. I want to make sure that he has that time and we address, I want to make a statement during the proper portion.
Anybody else?
We don't answer public comment.
No, I just want to make sure he's complete.
Right, thank you. I was saying, is anybody else here for public comment? Seeing none, we'll go to public comment and we're on to.
No, I have a,
Oh, okay.
it's on the
Yes,
response.
I was gonna say we're on to Commissioner.
Okay.
Response.
It's very unfortunate that we're in this situation. It was more so unfortunate that, and if you don't mind, I'll state that this gentleman is almost out of $8,000. The attorney made the recommendation that he come speak to the commission. I want to make sure that when he leaves with some type of understanding of what we can and what we cannot do. Being that he was advised to come here, I want to know the reason, and I'll give it of what legal thought the outcome could be. He came and he doesn't live in Palatka. He's familiar with Palatka, but this man has traveled twice this week to have his voice heard And I don't want him to walk away without some form of something, because again, he came twice. And to be out of that amount of money, I will be coming to.
I agree with that in terms of putting this gentleman, has had to come here twice. I'm a little uncertain though, given what's going on, what action we can take, if any. So,
I can give an update.
please.
We have met as, you know, directed by the commissioners. I did meet, or I met with Jenna and myself. And I did give you all the results of that meeting, where she identified all the money that she owes people. And she was hoping that the city could give her money. I then brought my team in. I brought in legal, I brought in community affairs. We went through the agreement to ensure that the city had performed everything it said it was gonna do, which we had. And additionally, we gave her almost $35,000 or more of services that we had not done previously. So we did that, we performed that due diligence. Yes, we do have vendors that she owe, and I think it amounted to maybe 20,000 or something. And she was asking, could we give the money? My position as city manager, after looking at everything, was that we did not have an agreement with the vendors, so she did. And I'm just saying, so given that, I didn't see where we were supposed to reimburse anyone that she did not pay. Now, I have no idea why legal has asked him to come, other
That's-
than bringing to voice his whatever, you know.
And I think,
So that's-
and I think overall, that's why I feel as if he needs to have some direction because city staff, our lawyer advised him to come speak to us, not uno, but twice.
Well, it was a,
That would, our city attorney and city attorney agreed that we have no responsibility at all as a city to any of the vendors that Janetta negotiated with or committed to.
So when were you told that you needed to come speak to the commission?
yes, please come
Please.
back up to the podium.
Whenever I had reached out to, because I didn't know exactly what to do, so I had reached out to apologize. Number and people. They put me in contact with Jane West, all the documentation. The emails, the texts, the contract that Janetta had signed. The contract was, and probably it's like a bit of difference. It was the city of Blue Crab, you know, was what she told me to put it underneath or whatever. But anyway, submitted all that stuff to her. I followed back up with her to make sure that she did. I believe sent it over to the event manager, was going to talk to her about it. To answer her question. I said, followed up, I said, what can I do to do this? She said that she had recommended that I come to the town hall meeting. And that there was going to be an email. And then I come to the town hall meeting or whatever to kind of just, I guess, just talk about it or whatever. And then she had said that there was a second meeting or whatever, which was on Thursday.
Approximately what time frame? And the reason I'm asking is because if that was communicated and you met with Attorney West after, there should have been some kind of communication that was given to A to Z prior to them making 2 trips down to the city of Palatka. This is where, and I hate that, again, that we're at this point, but this is where communication and follow-up are essential. Because if the city attorney would have told me to come speak to the commission, I came to speak to the commission, I'm thinking there's going to be a resolution to the problem. Only to come and find out that there is nothing that we could do, which would have, and I get it, could have been a conversation, could have been some direction, and would have saved this man the embarrassment of having to stand before us, not once, but twice, and still is gonna walk away here from this without a resolution. It doesn't make us look good when it comes down to, I'll say, the top of the totem pole of staff. To have someone give direction to them to come speak to us, not knowing, even some kind of communication should have been given to us saying, hey, this is what, blah, 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 nothing. And these are the things, or these are the opportunities that we have to think about, learn from, and not make these mistakes again. This man traveled in. He may not have traveled too far, and I was a long time, and now it's dark going down, trying to get back home from Middleburg. But I want us to really take this into consideration, and I know there may be others, but for them to advise to come, what was the reason?
Didn't she tell you though that you had to go to Canada to get reimbursed? Because I know she knows that.
She said that I'm gonna speak with you guys, talk, but she said that she believed that the portion of Maxon wanted to go to talk with another. Made it clear.
But she still told him to come talk to us.
That.
Right.
As far as why, no idea.
Okay.
That I believe I oppose. I mean, I helped put up the event, and I understand that you guys probably not doing anything about it because of whatever else, but I mean, if anything can be done, which is.
Right, because additionally, my understanding when I met with her is that she told you that she was getting that paperwork from you just in case, at least that's what she shared.
And submitted.
Just in case there was any legal action, you would have documentation that here's what Canada has done or whatever.
I get that we're trying to dive in and dig. I get it, but that we still have to take responsibility and ownership. I get all of the communication. I get it, but there's still a standard of, she told him to come talk to us. I get everything that trying to dive in, but there's still a level of accountability, and this is not the first time that this has happened. This has happened multiple times where staff has made recommendations to come talk to the commission. And once they get to the commission, there's nothing that we can do, and this could have been this could have been just eliminated from by making that recommendation.
Thank you.
Well, I can't imagine how you feel, sir, with, with doing all that hard work, having your staff to come out and put in the work and expect the payment and not getting it. I sympathize with you. But I'm more disheartened with the fact that our city attorney was conversating with somebody. The commission didn't have any, and if I didn't get any written communication that a conversation happened on at least 2 occasions that the vendor is gonna come to the commission.
Yeah.
For, some form of payment. We take different things from legal in terms of how from airport to get situation management officer. But it's hard about that performance. So I'm gonna ask our property attorney right now. What position does that put the city in as it relates to payment to an individual and them giving direction to the individual to come to the town hall and also to the city hall to address the commission for a probable reimbursement? What does that put the city?
Unfortunately, he was never reviewed the contracts. From what I'm hearing, it sounds like the contract was between this individual and Janetta, and not the city. I would have to talk to Joan and have her report back to you. Just one.
Thank you. Thank you. Just-
I don't know if even if you wanted to pay this individual for the time, is not in real contract, it would be taxpayer dollars that would be
Right.
having to give to the individual. So it might be that she's thinking about doing it well. They can intervene in those cases. I think she looked up and the Janetta has been sued by at least four people. This gentleman is sued.
I have not, just because the speaking that I had interrupted, but I had heard something and seemed to get his, being sued by the St. John County and the, talking about. I know previously, and I probably should have went with my gut, but because I feel so loyal to the event, because of the company. Last year at Nonbell, we went through the same thing and we manager Tracy and no one has somebody last year, so I went through this whole thing. Yes, I mean, I should have listened to my gut, that's why I asked for a check whenever I took the event, and she gave me the check, and I just assumed everything was up to come. And again, I mean, it's, I guess I should have known better, but, you know, I thought it was different, but. You know, and I was being for the people that sued, I mean, I'm the last one on the list and, you know, $8,000 to $9,000, I'm way down the list from what I'm gonna get. It doesn't help me right now. And again, I know you guys probably can't go advantage of it. So.
And Ms. West is not here to explain the rationale behind it, but I think it was more or less for us to hear again what the experiences are of some of these vendors, both at the community input meeting and this, more, so we have that knowledge, although unfortunately, I feel awful that you came out to Palatka twice for this. Any further questions, discussion? Thank you. Going on to the consent agenda, are there any items to be pulled from the consent agenda?
Motion to approve consent agenda as printed.
Second.
The motion is second, we do have a request for public, or somebody that wants to speak for the public, Ms. Hitchens, do you want to speak?
No, I skipped an order now, it's coming up under.
Or you say-
Business under step number 7.
Okay, you also listed,
number
you listed a lot under number 8, but that's fine, thank you, thank you. We have a motion and second, roll call. Commissioner Warren?
Well, that's a different order. Aye.
Keep you aware.
Well, not, I'm never sleeping.
Mr. Campbell? Commissioner Davis? Yes. Mayor Carrera?
Yes. On to regular business, do we want to recess or keep moving forward?
Keep moving.
Street light cost analysis. Street light cost analysis. Assistant Chief McComb. I mean. Newcomb.
Commissioner, Mayor, City Manager, Matt Newcomb, Assistant Chief of Police for the Police Department. As you guys know, we have done a streetlight analysis for the neighborhood improvement team at their request. And I believe that Commissioner Campbell had even made a request about that. The police department, I've already done a presentation earlier on the analysis for the part that we did. I finally got the analysis or the cost analysis back from FPL. And when we had discussed this before, when this was brought to the commission before, we had discussed doing or requesting the analysis on 3 phases: a primary phase, a hotspot phase, and then a low lit area phase.
There's no cost associated to the new lighting. Where there is a cost associated to the city is for taking the existing lighting down. And that existing lighting has a 10-year life expectancy. And we only lose 10% of the cost every year for the depreciation of this lighting. So I want to get that clear about that. Going into phase one, to replace 115 3,300 low lumen LEDs or 33,907 high lumen LEDs. There'd be a cost to the city of $54,608. For phase two, which is the hotspot areas, to replace 36 3,300 low lumen LEDs for 17,000 high lumen LEDs. The city would have a cost of $18,327. And then to go into phase three, which we had identified as low lit areas, we would be looking at replacing 216 low lumen, 3,300 lumen LEDs for 12,000 high lumen LEDs at a cost of the city of $120,100 or $120.40. Now, in my meeting with FPL, when they gave us this cost analysis, they had indicated that they agreed with us on doing this in a phasing perspective, like phase one, phase two, phase three. And that the city, if we are interested in doing this, now that we know the cost, then we would be willing to do it not only in phases, but over different fiscal years to separate that cost. So I'm just want to bring that to everyone's attention. Where do we go from here? Ultimately, needs to get direction from the commission. We would have to obtain permission for the approval of replacements and then direction on how do we want to do it. Obviously, budget for the associated to each of the phases, and then we have to renew a street lighting contract with FPO. We're going to return a contract with FPO. Add even January body, we'll have to update the contract. Maintain up to FPL for whatever phase that we go into first, and then additional phases. And then, as I said at the last meeting, when we brought this to y'all's attention, FPL would order the new LEDs because it's not something that they keep in stock, and we would have a 6 to 8 month turnaround time from the time that we.
Anybody have any questions?
I don't have a question, but I have a statement.
Okay.
I think this is something that is of great importance when it comes down to the public safety component of our city. We've spent on different phases on things that are not, for lack of better words, I would say essential. So I would like to see this be a priority of the commission and work with finance and the city manager to see how we can best allocate to get the more done. Instead of, I'm not sure how the phases would look.
Yes.
Because I did hear you say, and I want to make sure that my thought is the phases when you say the different years, or is that the financial component?
So the financial component, if I'm understanding you right, is each of the financial components are according to the phases. And that's to replace, for example, the high crime rates is $115, right?
Correct.
And that $54,608.50 isn't for the lights that we're requesting, it's for having
The replacement.
pay those replacements now for what little bit of time we.
So we determine the phase and the phase, just point of clarity, the phase. So if we say we want to do all 3 phases at one time, just hypothetically speaking.
Yes.
That payment for each, the 54, 18, and 120, what we do at that time.
Yes, sir.
That's what I wanted to make sure.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Commissioner Davis.
I just gotta ask it out loud. I guess they don't have a buyback program.
Good try.
And when I had a meeting with them, the face-to-face meetings, we had a couple of Zoom, our team meetings, whatever they call them.
They were very clear to let us know that because we're looking at different types of lighting, LED lighting. We also don't 36,000. What they could tell us, or tell me, is that there's no cost for the new lights. If we were to get someone that says, hey, that light is really bright coming toward my house, they will come out at no cost to the city. They'll put like a cover over the light or a shield to reduce that light. But one thing about these LEDs that they were very clear about is that they are directional lights. So the old LEDs that we currently have and the old style light bulbs that we have, they just do out a flash of light. These are actually pointed light. It's directed in a specific area, down into the down to the ground and then out a little bit. So they're not supposed to directly affect the resident that may be behind the light or in front of the light. But in the event that there was a complaint or a concern of a citizen, they will come out and put shields up. There's no cost associated to taking the old lights down or putting the new lights up. The cost is totally because we are going to take a light down that is not to be taken down. Appreciation. Our lights, unfortunately, only been up for some of them 2 years, some 3, some 4 years. So that's where that IML cost comes from.
Any other questions or comments?
I agree with Commissioner Campbell, because I pushed about the lights as well. And I also feel that we should do it as a project. It's like $200,000 for lighting, and I don't think that's exorbitant amount for safety. I think that's the reason why we are doing it, because of the safety in the environment. So I would like to see it done in one phase, due to the fact that you said if it take 8-9 months to do one phase, you're gonna talk about 3 years to do that. So we need to go ahead and concentrate on area 1, 2, and 3 at the same time. That would be my.
This line up that they, the phases,
Yeah, I like to kind of see phases on there. Yeah, I just like to see the phases on it, to see if it's within the. What's that?
About
Right. I mean, cause,
We bought a lift for family.
okay, so, well, yeah, cause, in the low light, okay, I know the phase 1 and 2 deal with high crime and hotspot areas. I mean, I know that's the easy level. I mean, we gave the Blue Crab, 50,000. So we know we're gonna take care of our people from a standpoint of safety for sure. In question, the 1, 2, 3 phase, is it possible, what is the capacity for FPNL to replace all of those lights? Can they do it within a year? Can we, if it's possible to phase it, or can they do it all in 1 year?
I can contact them and let the city manager know.
Right.
Like what their expectancy is.
Yes.
So that she can communicate that with you, or I can communicate it, whatever the pleasure is.
Right.
I believe that they can do it. I don't want to speak on their behalf.
Right.
I believe they can do it in a 1 year period. They just wanted to be very specific. Once we have signed the new contract, and that once they have received payment, that there is a 6 to 8 month turnaround time to get the bulbs in and to start the process.
Right, and I just had 2 things.
What you call them at that time?
Well, I have 2 things with that. Check the capacity of FPNL to be able to roll that project out. And it would be my recommendation to do phase 1 and 2 for sure right away. And, the phase 3, which, could possibly be put in, another way, because what happens is if the lights are on a 10-year cycle and we replace them all in 1 cycle, then when those lights start going, if they go out at the same time, they got a 10-year life expectancy.
Yes, sir.
We don't expect them to go past 10 years, and if they do, they just, it's the probability of them going out is pretty high. But anyway, so I would like to go with the phase 1 and 2 and then phase 3, the second phase, but when you look at it has to be first and now. Yes.
I would like to speak to, as a citizen that's elected, that lived in a low lit area and the improvement that came, once they brought lighting out in the Rolling Hill area, it caused, break-ins and all of those things. So I think, again, we should look at this holistically. Because since we have the new lights that have been placed on our road, we have had substantial decrease in criminal activity. And even as of now, in that area, the criminal activity has been picking back up on the south side. So again, I think this is something that we need to look at realistically. I think it's an improvement to public safety. And when we're thinking about public safety, it should not come at a discount or a phase.
Commissioner Davis.
I agree with Commissioner Campbell and Commissioner Jones, that we need to go ahead and look at doing this completely. The whole city's low light. I mean, we gotta brighten up this city. And the other thing is with the lead time to even get done, it would behoove us to do this project all at one time. A phased approach will go over too many years. The other thing is knowing when we get these new lights, if there was a 10-year life span on these lights, we could plan accordingly. We're gonna get that budget ready. So knowing that 5,000 lights might come by time we need that. Right. Just saying, so that the contingency is to plan for that period of time and know that that will be an outlay and a big project.
Yes, ma'am.
That we can plan for and put in the budget and in the plan to do at that time. So I'm a proponent as well as the other commissioners have.
I am, and I agree about being proactive. Yeah. So do we want to take a vote?
I would make a motion. I would make a motion that we allow finance to work on a source that would allow us to do the FL lighting. What's the
One phase.
lighting improvement in one phase.
That's second.
Your motion is second. Roll call.
Well, can I get a
You
question?
can get a discussion, sorry.
Right. Well, I support the whole project, so let's not get that misunderstood. My point was the fact that is FPL able to do that within a one phase approach to do that? I'm all for putting the lighting in, and I also like to make sure that things is done logically and makes sense in terms of rolling things out and costs associated with it. So again, I'm all public safety. So if I could have the roll the power line, let's see if they can do it within 1 year. That's the work of the request. But we just go, I will get that information, but
There's a motion on the floor.
There is a motion on the floor. And
Roll
there is a
call.
second. So that information was requested previously. So we have a motion. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Davis?
Yes.
Commissioner
Yes.
Yes.
yes, for the sake of safety.
Nick Brown?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chief Newcomb. RFP selection for IT.
If Bill Joy on, he's not on. I'll just go through it. Do you also have the proposal?
I have this.
And the proposal was with the agenda as well. But anyway, I also don't see. But I was just really that's
And meeting with. Okay.
So I'm also looking for the proposal. I'll just go over it with you.
Please.
Yeah.
I'll just. So, with Inspired, oh, thank you. I'll just move forward, go on to the first page, please. They did present to us among 7 firms, that responded to the RFP, back in April. We did not, even though Inspired was selected, we felt that there were some issues from the performance that we had had in them over the past 3 years. Therefore, Mr. Joy, who's the vice president of the company, was brought here twice, once to understand what were the concerns and why didn't we immediately send this over for selection. We then brought the department heads in, and each department head gave an understanding of what the problems were with the services that had been rendered. We also found out that the major reason why the services weren't being performed as well as we had hoped is this breakdown in communication and expectation. Like our staff had gotten accustomed to only operating with one. And what they should have been doing was utilizing the help desk. The help desk then communicates with Marge if the help desk itself cannot solve it. So we put some corrective action in place. That is in your agenda packet, the response from Mr. Bill Joy as to what they will be doing going forward. They did change staff also. And at this point, we feel much more comfortable with Inspired being able to perform the services that they were retained to provide. There are 2 other concerns that the evaluation team mentioned as to why they selected Inspired. The 2 primary reasons are, number one, we are in the midst of conversion with our phone system. We're in the midst of going to a cloud-based service. And additionally, we are actually having to comply with some concerns with our police department with the SPIGIS requirement. SPIGIS requires that we have 2 separate servers. And so for those reasons, Inspired really scored unanimously as the firm that's best suited to serve the city need. We did try to bring an employee in only to discover that the employee could not provide the services that we're currently getting within IT managed service firm. For instance, the help desk have about 12 people that are supporting the city. The mark person, he is primarily the person that comes if he tackled things that are on site. So we've done correction. We feel much more comfortable now with Inspired, and we would like the commissioners to consider giving Inspired the opportunity to serve us. If they don't, you can make it 2 years and then renewal, 1 year for the following 3. So it is up to you, but we did submit everything to you so that you can understand. And I'm sorry that Mr. Joy is not here to explain it further, but I explained.
Commissioner Braun?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'm not sure. I think the county parted ways with Inspired, to my knowledge.
So our knowledge, as far as we know, they're still working with them. I'm not sure.
Okay, I was, okay, well, and also Inspired was supposed to have, they communicated, they received their 35. And why, we've been with Inspired for almost 5 years. So I don't understand why the systems are still have data that's not in compliance.
So that was one of the first questions that I posed to them when I met them.
The chief wanted to answer that. Yeah.
Okay, because I did pose
Right.
a question.
Right.
Good evening, again, Commissioners. I can answer that question simply. There was a number of different things within this project that Inspired had to accomplish on initially coming in with the original contract to be able to get us in an area where we can move forward to separate the servers. The last thing that they have to do now is the phone project. Once the phone project is completed, they can then separate those servers and we can move forward to where we will be sleep compliant. Right now, to answer your question in reference to the separated from the county, they are currently with the county as well as the EMS and within Putnam County. I think what you're thinking of is the Palatka separation. They separated from Palatka. And that was with a different issue totally. What we have for Inspired is mainly they are the only CGIS compliant agency within the state of Florida that addresses all of our issues when we deal with our audit. And that's something I expressed to Ms. Carty and board when we looked at vet our different entities that we were looking at bringing in as far as the IT company. They deal with at least 90% of the law enforcement agencies in the state, and they are the local policy for FDLE to who governs our state audit. So it was something that was huge for us moving forward in the compliance department that they be there when we have a company with similar requirements or similar experience, thank you, Ms. Carter, similar experience to be able to address those issues. But we are moving forward and we are further than we have been looking at addressing those issues in the past.
Well, I trust you, Chief, but I do know from hearing from staff, you know, a couple years back, that, you know, they were not, pleased, with Inspire. So that's what my understanding were for the last 3 years or so. And so that's why my pause was, but again, if the staff is comfortable with moving forward with that, I do know we have other vendors who scored out well, and they're out of, they're based out of the state, but they do have, businesses or locations throughout Florida. And so my thing is, I just want to make sure, you know, our information is taken care of from a standpoint. And if we have anybody else who can do it better, we want to make sure that we're serving our citizens, that we don't.
But one of the things we learned during the communication with the department heads was, like Ms. Carty mentioned, the lack of understanding of what the initial contract indicated and how they needed to move when it came to dealing with Inspired themselves and what we needed to have in place locally to assist with the minor requests that we have in-house. A lot of that came out and cleared up, and it was mainly the communication and direction on what needed to happen. Most of our staff that we have here now, as you know, because you and I both were here when we signed the contract with Inspired, but most of our staff we have here now on the department head level was not here when that contract was signed, and nor had they seen the contract and know what it actually entails. So the discussion brought out a lot of what Inspired responsibilities were and what they needed to do to vet that situation. And one of the examples I gave was why we put someone in place to be able to go between, as our IT personnel, be able to go between the Inspired and the police department on minor issues to be able to address the timely manner. And those are the things that are an adjacent or better yet, a plus to what the help desk is able to provide. And that's why some of our complaints or some of their complaints are different from what our views were, mainly because of the understanding of the contract and operations put in place to address those issues.
And if I could continue with what you're saying is, what we have done, we now have what we call an IT liaison. And even though the person is here for a few hours a week, it's very helpful because he's teaching all of the staff how to address and to access the services. We're now understanding better the things that we were not doing correct that made it not be functional. Even after Mr. Joy met with the department heads, he did send what was on there, a supplement. And that supplement was detailing that one of the first problems we had was clear lines of delineation to support responsibilities. We simply did not, we were not reading the contract already.
Right, okay, that piece is fine. My only issue is that from a security posture, what does the city look like as it relates to inspire the overall health of the city, system from a network standpoint, and cybersecurity posture standpoint? Example, we're coming up to hurricane season. If we have a major disaster, whether it's a fire, flood, hurricane, loss of stuff, do we have a disaster recovery plan in place
We do have one.
or systems?
We do have one. I can just give you.
Okay,
the
I
copy.
just want to make sure
Yeah.
that those things are done and then they should be.
Like the backup.
It should be done, and make sure that they're done annually and there's a walkthrough. So that's, my whole thing is making sure that the city can recover in the event that there's a.
And we're even doing something else. Maintenance, we weren't doing that either, so we're doing that.
Just,
Today, actually, believe it or not, signed the purchase order. Was given to me today to separate these services.
I'm comfortable. If you say everything is A1, I'm fine with that. All I had was just a couple of questions to ask those questions. If we're good, I'm good.
Commissioner Davis is on deck.
Yeah, I was just going to say that based on the corrective action plan and the steps that you've taken, I am comfortable in continuing inspired, especially in light of the information the chief just provided. So thank you for addressing those issues. The only thing it sounds like we're already going to do is ensuring that we follow up proactively, or that we're proactive in addressing and continuing ongoing communication with them to identify any gaps in their contract early on.
Commissioner Campbell?
And that actually, the whole latter part of this conversation was what I wanted to address, because it was understanding, and I thank you, Chief and City Manager, for making sure that it was communicated as to why we were running into so many difficulties with it. And Commissioner Davis actually summed up what I wanted to say to make sure that we stay on top of the communication standpoint, where we see that they're lacking, that we hold accountable. And I think that's something that Commissioner Jones has been a proponent of, with just across the board when it comes down to contracts and things of that nature, accountability, as well as Commissioner Bourne. So I just want us to make sure that we, from our end, I don't care, even if we have the calendar to say, hey, review this, are we on point? If not, schedule it out for another 3 to 6 months. Half of, just making sure that we revisit these kind of things, because again, once we get caught up into the day-to-day hustle, we forget about things. So I would make that recommendation that we calendar to say, review contract. If there's anything that needs to be communicated, have it communicated, and then calendar.
Thanks, but the key thing is, and I say that to say this because at the end of the day, the commission is responsible for anything, especially if we have a disaster that happened in the city. We're responsible, we're the ultimate responsible. The city manager just carry out what we approve for the fiscal year in terms of vision and priorities. And so at the end of the day, we're responsible, so that's why I asked the question.
And to go back to the initial statement you made, you are seeking direction from us, correct?
I would like, yes, and I would like, for an action to be taken for us to go ahead and.
Okay.
Because I did not, move forward with, even though it was the awarded person, I wanted to take time to be certain that we really ironed out all of the parts.
I know you went ahead and hired an IT consultant. What did the consultant say about this company, huh?
He said he was also a part of the evaluation team. And unanimously, the evaluation team voted for Inspired. However, I put a pin in it and said, look, my concern, I know you all brought it to me, but I have a concern. And my concern is, why was the service not to the level that I thought it should have been? And we did take 2 months in dealing with it.
And the question I also have is about reading through the RFP, it states that they have help desk that have 12 representatives that's there for the city of Palatka. And I'm, no frugal with the city's taxpayers' dollars. And so we're hiring a in-house IT person to be a liaison for this firm that we just contracting with that have 12 representatives and a dedicated person. I think.
We actually needed the IT person we have. It's only 10 to 12 hours a week. I really needed to bring us up to a level of understanding how to use the services that we've contracted for. So we needed what we got from this individual, only 10 hours. But it's necessary. I mean, we're not able to attend those meetings with any level of efficiency. For instance, the cloud-based phone, well, that's not Inspired. That is another firm. That's Hayes. And that's coming from the Department of Management Services. We need someone on staff that would kind of monitor things and make sure that we're getting our tasks completed, and all of that. So it's in the best interest that we have someone with that expertise to attend those things and make sure that we're progressing.
I have to defer that to the IT guru. I have no idea, but I did want to know why we hired someone to do some of the same services, because we're looking at these are the services that they provide.
Yeah.
So it's like a duplication of some of the services.
I get it. It's not, and it's just still, I can feel that we can get things moving as they are in fact now moving. Departments are coming together, understanding. We're making progress now with the cloud base, which they've been trying to do forever and didn't do. And even today, like I mentioned, we've gotten to the point now where we can see that we will do this separation of the service. So this small amount of hours that I brought this person in, I will not try to be something that I'm not. I'm not an IT expert, but I do need the assistance of that.
Go ahead, Commissioner Davis.
If there are no more comments, I was prepared to make a motion.
Are there any further comments? If not, please.
I move that we approve the city manager to move forward with contractor Inspire as our IT service provider.
Motion and a second. Roll call. Please.
Commissioner Moore?
Yay.
Sorry.
Yay. Yay.
Commissioner Jones?
Yes. Yay. Sorry.
Commissioner Campbell?
Yay.
Commissioner Davis?
Yeah.
Mayor Clifford?
Yes. Thank you. Item 7D, good crowd.
All right. Well, just to give an update, we did have the town hall meeting. We got significant feedback from the community. I thought it was a very informative meeting where we were able to understand the pros and the cons. We did as staff prior to holding that town hall meeting. We met several times and identified the problems. The problems were the same that were mentioned in the meeting: high cost of food, the lack of family activities, the spots in between for music, the fact that there was just not enough local involvement. There was just, we agreed as staff with the comments that were made in the town hall meeting. And so at this juncture, initially, staff was thinking that we were supposed to move forward with an RFP. That was why we did all the studies that we did to come up with some of the corrective languages and all of that stuff that we would put in an RFP. However, by attending the town hall meeting and just getting feeling that perhaps this should be considered to be a community event, we would just like to get guidance from the commissioners to tell me specifically how you would like me to proceed. Would you like me to proceed with the RFP? What do we do? Just like that.
Okay, and we do have somebody for public comment, so mention that. Come up, Ms. Kitchens, for public comment, and then we will just have a discussion.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Illegal kitchens, 1027 South Phillips, Board. I've known blueprints in the beginning. When it started, it was local volunteers working, it benefited the merchants, they included people in life. It's included, it began very well for about 20-something years. Then it kind of segued, some of the original people left and some other people started handling. Bottom line is the city got involved in it, they should never have involved in it. Sending out an RFP to get another person like the person you just dealt with. You just heard from this young man, and I believe his purpose was to let you know what you were dealing with. The state doesn't need to be involved in that kind of stuff, even peripherally. Let it go for a year or 2 years. Let it talk to some local folks, find out that, I know a local group already talked to somebody who was, they wanted to wait for 1 year so they could be approved. And he could not do all, but I didn't, no. And then it came to what it was next year. Let them take a year or 2 years, and that's what they need. Time for the blue flag, the bad reputation, and it has all of the state of Florida now. Hopefully that bad reputation will go away in a year or two. Get your local folks involved, only local people, let them handle it, put it on. Then you all are involved with the city code where you give permission for different orders. You collect the fees, you provide the city services that they pay for. You don't play. The city does not need to be running a community event like this, or any community event like that. We didn't elect you to be entertainers, although you are rather entertaining sometimes in a good way. But that wasn't.
I'm sure.
But let it go. If volunteers think they need 2 years to wait, let it go. Don't do it next year, wait. Then let the volunteers put it on, no RFPs, no bringing in. If I might wax poetic, if you're gonna bring in a cook, let's get a local one, not down the council. I mean, seriously. So let them, none of the volunteers cook, they're all good folks. So let the volunteers and the elected and merchants and the citizens get together, form a blueprint committee, then look at it and do it that way. And stay out. That's my suggestion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I do see another card flashing, Ms. Hughes. Yes, give your name and city of residence, please.
Hi, I'm Mary Hughes, and I am from East Palatka. So I have the joy of coming to participate in the town hall, and thank you guys so much for giving that forum. I think it kind of rallied the spirit behind the event to, let's say, get it back on track in sorts. Completely agree with a lot of the sentiments about the event, that it should return back to the locals. And it's something that I think I strongly advocated for on Tuesday evening was a factor time. Something that this event has not had the last 5 times that it's been held is enough time to plan it. It hasn't been planned in less than, in more than 109 days. So as of Tuesday night, it was 332 days. So we're at 330 days as of today until the next occurrence. So I have had the past history of being a part of the Black Young Professionals, which was the last full volunteer committee that, completely unpaid, that volunteered that year in 2019. And if you recall, that was a revival year because it was not held in 2018. So I've already experienced the comeback, the please try it one more time experience. And I felt that that's been successful. We've gotten a lot of praise still to this day about that event. And then, also my experience with the city and stuff as well, city staff, the special event coordinator. I also had the opportunity to operate with, Ancient City Entertainment in 22 and 23, and then, and help work with sponsorships in 23 and 24 and 25. So that has been my role and engagement in this event through that time period. And I know that many people have expressed interest in doing that. One of the things that I did bring up during the council meeting was that, I think within 30 to 60 days with the amount of emails that were listed in the sign-in sheet, that committee could be built out of the approximately 25 to 30 people that were there that night. Or they could at least gauge their interest, whether they want to be full on gung-ho for the next 330 days, or if they're only interested in, coming the day of and helping pick out trash. Or any other type of thing. So I completely agree. I don't think that we need to take a full year off. I think that with this amount of time that I would be happy to work alongside the city representative that could be a part of that committee. Include a merchant liaison to coordinate with the downtown businesses to make sure that their voices are heard as well. So if it was the will of the commission for the locals to do that, I would love to have that opportunity to participate and support that effort. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody here for, anybody else here rather for public comment on this item? Seeing none, we close public comment, discussion. Commission?
Start. Excuse me, I'll start. So after attending the the community forum, I do agree, and I hear resoundingly that this needs to move back to a community-led festival. The other thing is, again, with consistency, our other festivals are community or privately led. So, and I do agree with Ms. Kitchens that we are not in the entertainment business and don't need to own events directly. So, but a couple of things I want us to think about is the Blue Crab Festival this year definitely was tainted across the state for sure. And it's on the Jacksonville News and probably other places. I actually went to an event in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, randomly met a lady who said, me and my husband and I go down to Palatka. You're from Palatka, we go there every year for the Blue Crab Festival. That's our weekend getaway. And she said, but this year she said, we're not coming back. Now, we've heard that over and over from some people, they're not coming back, and they may not. But if we give people something to come back to, they will. The question is, what will it take to give people something to come back to? And how much time? And while I believe we could gather citizens to have an event for 2026, some of my questions are, should we step back and evaluate instead of just coming in off of what went wrong this year? We know that. We could really always do almost nothing and be better. But do we really need to take a look at this event and see what does it look like for this three-peat? Again, is the date still relevant? There's more competition now than there was when it started. And I don't know, I like it being Memorial Day weekend, but I'm just putting it on. Sometimes we get so in the box that we don't think other things to be presented to assess what 2025 and 2026 going forward may look like. But I'm a proponent of community led. I'm a proponent of making sure our businesses, benefit from it and our citizens benefit primarily, that there's something for families, there's something for all ages, that is, appropriate for families. And, I was speaking to a commissioner from the city I used to live in and asking them just to get some feedback on how to manage festivals, because we have successful festivals. And they have, some of the things you mentioned was they have three ways. One is things are, privately held by an organization and they get the permit from the city. The city, sponsors one event called, in the town I'm from is Swanee, Georgia, where I grew up, not where I grew up, where I moved from is Swanee, Georgia. They have a Swanee Day, so that's their event. But the other festivals are what they call co-sponsored. So, and a nonprofit or citizens or group will lead it. What the city does as a co-sponsor is they will provide services like making waive the fees for events, or not writing a $35,000 or $50,000 check, but providing services that that way the city does not have to budget them out. So I just want to put that out there, but for sure, citizen led, questionable and think maybe something to consider is taking a gap year.
Yeah. I agree with most everything, and I think a gap year may be necessary. I think, I said at our last commission meeting that we need to bring it home, and it needs to be a local event put on by the local community. And my only other concern is if we start, waiving some of those costs and fees that we really can't afford, but we have other festivals that we don't do that for. So we have to be consistent. If we're gonna do it for one, we have to do it for all, in my opinion. And we have several, so we don't do it for Azalea, we don't do it for the craft beer, we don't do it for Data, on and on and on. So I think it's either all or nothing. And we would have to budget because we still have to pay the employees to do those things. So it's still gonna cost the city money. Question is, do we do it or not? So that was my only concern. Go ahead, Commissioner Campbell.
I'm gonna just throw this out for sake of conversation. It doesn't have to happen tonight. And it's just an extension of what Commissioner Davis mentioned, what went on in their area. I think we talk about the other festivals. I get it, what we don't, but we asked for the Blue Crab to come back, and that it's gonna I'm gonna make a point. I think that even with our community affairs, there are events that we have that could be potentially maximized or grown. I think it may be an opportunity for us to contract someone to do event planning for the city. And I say contract because it would be on an as-need basis. That person should be local. I believe that person should have a knowledge of event planning to the magnitude and take that off of our cultural affairs and allow cultural affairs to really do what they need to do, because they have established the hippity hop, the Easter, they have established the 4th of July, they have established the Jingle Jam. So those are staple events that comes from the city. So if we have someone who takes those events in the seasonal and help promote, because there's a lot that goes into it. There's the promotional standpoint that community affairs just doesn't have the time to do. So if we identify in that person, instead of taking the off here, could be the person that helped bridge the gap with the community so that we can pull something off. Whatever day, Memorial Day, it can be Memorial Day or Memorial Day weekend, but it's an opportunity for us to pass, if we are looking to pass this on, but pass it on to where we can kind of help shape or help. I just don't want to not do anything and then thinking that we'll have a group of people that come together and say we're going to do it next year, and the year after, which would be 27, and it doesn't happen. So if we think about bringing somebody on a contractual service that's from the county, that's from the city or from the county, it gives us an opportunity to allow the cultural affairs to do what they need to do, but it also gives us the opportunity to build those events that have become staple in our community outside of the, if that makes sense.
Commissioner Jones?
Without having any information about the debriefing from those who all were involved in the Blue Crab and what happened. Most of everything I heard has been through social media. I haven't gotten anything from city manager's office, or we have not collectively had any conversations to see where things fell apart. And I think that we have to be responsible to have those conversations. You know, whether it's a workshop and say, okay, this was a staple. Are we willing to give it up? Are we willing to forego a year? I would like to know where we, like a better term, drop the ball. What happened? I saw some breakdown in contract negotiation before we got to that point. It was just, and I would like to still know even more. So before I can make a decision, I would like to make a more informed decision and have more information. So that's why I'm there.
At this point, there's not enough information for me to just say, let's move in one direction or another again. We've gotten past the Blue Crab, and I thought that there should have been some kind of after action report with some kind of meet to provide with some information, information that we have to make a decision on, but we're still, you know, waiting on some feedback from the community, from the town hall, which that just happened. What, Tuesday? So, I mean, everything is still in motion, and we got to take time to process this. But I think, over the past 5 years, the event has been, it brought a lot of people to the community. Back to back to back to back. We had 1 year that there was, it's just off, okay? So to just throw it away, scrap it, whatever, I think we just need to take a step back and just kind of process this stuff, but at the same time have something in place to say, is it worth what we currently have to move something forward so that people can have something to look forward to, as opposed to saying, oh, we're not gonna do it because of one hiccup or hang up, which we had no control of. So I just wanna think, you know, we just need to take time to pause, but have something in place to move forward with.
That was a little more than a hiccup. And also, I understand that from people reaching out, is that this is the first year where vendors have not been compensated in a timely fashion. Even the city was not paid till after the organizer got her first check from us, 50,000, and she came in at the same time with a check for the money she owed the city from the previous year. So there's a little more than hiccups here. And I guess I just have that concern, and also if any event cannot be self-sustaining, that has to be assessed as well, and whether it should go on or whether it should be reduced to a day, backing up and restarting and regenerating. And I think we just have, I agree that those are the things that have to be looked at. I don't know how much the city wants to analyze that, also with the possibility of any lawsuits. We need to be careful.
Well, you made a good point, Mayor, because again, when you say, to reduce the funding that the city put in, taxpayer dollars for, this event, but here's what we have. So initially we had $150,000 and we backed it down to 75,000 and then 50, and then we were backing all the way out and we had left it up to the actual vendor to be able to have unlimited, potential profit of whatever, to make sure they recover their funds and pay people. That has been happening for 4 years, at least 4 years when we returned, blue papers. This year, the wheel fell on the bus again. I was not, for moving forward with the, particular proposal. There was some balls that got dropped along the way between the communication with um, the vendor. So it's a lot of things that the commission were not agreed of moving forward. Thank you, managers, a lot of different things. So I think, going forward, if we have this, a, a plan, I think we already got something in place, we got a structure, we already know pretty much what to do. Plan is the truth. That's in this time.
Commissioner Davis.
It's just because we get overlooked. She may be looking your way, but I've already acknowledged, so I think we need to go back to you. I know, but it's nothing against her. I'm just saying, sometimes we all.
Yeah, and it's short. One thing I want to add, and Commissioner Campbell reminded me, the successful fund is they do have a city staff event plan. So that it was the other point of the success for the previous city I was talking about. But here's what I want to talk about in general, and I don't know, I don't think we have enough information on 3 to make a decision tonight. Which takes me to leaning more towards a gap here. Ms. Hayes made a point, Ms. Hughes made a point about, and Commissioner Orton about time, right? So I think that number is 300 and how many days? So we still need to make a decision on direction of who's going to lead it, how it's going to be led, and all of that. That takes time. We still have some huge follow-ups with our city manager, from our prior vendor, with some potential legal implications. Can we use the name Blue Crab? Because I don't know, but we don't know any of this, and we may be able to, but we have to have time, number 1, for the commission to make a decision and give direction. Number 2, then to get a group to lead it and organize it. And all of the logistics that come with getting volunteers, get resources. We have we have to have anybody who does it, have to have the resources to do it. And so, as a retired project manager, I don't see the success of doing it in the time that we have in the next year with all the prerequisites we have to ensure that we have fully evaluated and made an informed decision and identified who will take the lead, what that looks like, who the city staff being on, just all of the logistics of carrying on something of that magnitude.
Commissioner Davis' comment actually segments into what I wanted to say, or what I'm going to say. We're saying we don't have enough of information. I want to make sure that when we're given direction, that we specify the information that we are requesting. One thing that I've determined is we're asking for more information. They bring us what they think we want, and it may not be what we want. So in giving direction to staff, Ms. Carty, or whomever it may be, let's identify what it is that we want, so that when they do come back to us, they have exactly what we want and not what they think we want. And I say that because there has been communication that has gone out about the Blue Crab that had information on it. If that information was not enough, what additional do we want? Financials, we got the pros and we got the cons, we got the student's perspective. So I want to make sure that we give them give them something to work with and not just say we don't have any information.
I think, we, yeah, I'll just say this, I'll be done. I think, it's been done year over year, over year, over year. And for anybody who's been part of the committee, is there anybody who has been part of the committee? What are the major differences from one year to the next? Yeah.
Actually, it's now public comments now.
Yeah.
I just asked a question.
And I don't know how to specifically answer that. There's a broad broad difference of entertainment.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Yes, we can't, we can't address it to the public. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Are you all set, Commissioner Barber?
Yes, I will be. I'm done.
Commissioner Jones.
Commissioner Jones, you have my commissioner comment?
Yes, please.
We ain't at commissioner comment. I don't have no more.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, just check.
Okay, I didn't realize we moved to commission comments, but I was gonna answer the question, so, because I didn't know how we ended the last segment. I didn't know we moved on. I didn't hear commissioner's comment.
Go ahead.
Oh,
No, but now, he's all set. So go ahead, Commissioner Davis. We are basically with the suggestion Commissioner Campbell made that we give clear direction about what other information we feel we need or is missing to make it.
Let me do it this way. Let me do it this way. May we table this and give opportunity there's a lot going on the 7th. So let's have your commentary or what you desire into city manager by the 7th so that they can formulate a response to the request that comes from the commission. And if you did not send a response, and when we get into a meeting, don't say you don't have enough information.
thank you. That addressed my question, and I do not have any commission comment.
But can we also get some of the feedback from the?
Yes.
Okay, two things, just hear me out. One is the after action report.
Right.
That's one. The other thing is the town hall. If we can get that information, then that might answer the question.
Yes.
Thank you.
And
I got that today.
Let's say two things, the after action report. That's what I asked for. Thanks.
Thank you. I think we can move on to public hearings.
But you're correct. We did get it.
We did get it. Ordinance 2025-22, an ordinance of the city of Palatka, Florida, providing that the future land use map of the adopted comprehensive plan be amended with respect to the following parcel of land from city of Palatka commercial to city of Palatka residential, low density RL, but the following property 2405 President Street. Go ahead, Mr. Argyle.
These already not decided, but the next one are related to the same property. That is at 2405 President Street. And basically it's a land use amendment. In the past, this property has been used as an office.
If I'm gonna take them together, if I could have the mayor or myself, I could read the next item B. So
Again, I didn't realize we're going to take it together, but we certainly can, and I'll gladly read it.
Thank you for telling us that, sir.
Thank you for combining. Ordinance number 2025-23, an ordinance of the city of Palatka, Florida, providing that the official zoning map of the city of Palatka, Florida be amended from city of Palatka Commercial Neighborhood District C1A to city of Palatka Single Family Residential R1 for the following property located at 2405 President Street. Go ahead, Mr.
Thank you. Like I'm saying, this property was built in the county. It's a single family home. However, it was planted in residency. Was in the future land use. It has new owners, the property and the property owners, the new owner went to the very back to residential. They're getting closer to the house than the one that the intent is to the people probably. The applicant is here. If there's any question you might have, this was reviewed by the planning board on May 6th, and they recommended approval of both the language change and the rezoning. Staff has reviewed against standard the criteria for both the language amendment and the rezoning, and staff also recommended.
Thank you. Does the property owner or the representative want to come up if there are any questions? No. Okay. Well, if there are, does anybody have any questions for the property owner?
No, motion to approve.
No. Okay, thank you. Is there anybody here for public comment on this item? Saying no, close public comment. Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
The
Vote.
motion is second roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Davis, yes. Commissioner Campbell,
Yes.
Commissioner Jones,
Yes.
Commissioner Wong,
Yay.
Present, I mean, present, yeah, sorry. Present, someone present, but-
Let's get in there.
Hey.
Okay, with that said, the next series are related to one specific property too, but I will read. C ordinance number 2025-24, an ordinance of the city of Palatka, providing that the future land use of the adopted comprehensive plan be amended with respect to the following parcel of land from city of Palatka residential high to RH to city of Palatka Conservation District Con for the following property. And there's the whole Dick's map of Palatka MB2. I won't read the whole thing. Parcel 4210-27-6850, 1460-0083, contiguous to the boundaries of the city of Palatka.
I'm asking this item to be continued. Actually, I'm asking item A, C, D, F, D, and H to be continued for the next meeting, July 24th.
I make a motion, Mayor.
That's in the phone. Go ahead.
That we continue, those words was C through H until our next meeting.
Do you have a motion? Do we have a
Second.
Second, we have a motion. A second. Is anybody here?
A time certain, which is July the 24th.
Thank you. Anybody here for public comment? Seeing no close. Okay, good. Okay, thank you. Okay. I'll let a roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Davis, yes. Commissioner Campbell,
Yes.
Commissioner Jones,
Yes.
Commissioner Wong,
Yay.
Mayor Correa,
Yes. On to ordinance 2025-30, an ordinance of the city of Palatka vacating and abandoning a portion of Napoleon Street right away lying between 12th Street and 11th Street and adjacent to block 192 and 193. Plat book 2, page 46 within the city of Palatka. File on the circuit clerk of court in Pompey, Florida. Mr. Alba.
All right, thank you. This is a request for vacation and abandonment of right away on Napoleon Street, which is between Retro Red, between 12th and 11th Street. Stated to the city has no intent of developing a road, opening a road, and the owner owns both parcels in both blocks. Actually owns land, and they're asking for a vacation in order to develop residential development.
Is that it? That's showing?
Yes. Napoleon. It's about 300 feet lineal, by 60, the right of way. Like I said, we met with Public Works, and there's no intent of the city to ever open this road. And that's the reason we are recommending for the right of way to be allowed.
Development plans for that area?
Yeah, the property owner, I think, has a contract with a developer to develop 48 units, loading units, in the form of duplex from both, from one end to the other. So we're leasing land in order to develop. I believe
I was gonna ask if the
Why don't we
the
take it?
representative, of- I'm sorry, what? Does anybody have any questions directly of the property owner or the representative? And please give your name. Okay, could you give your name, please? Okay, thank you. Does anybody have any questions?
No, I just, my only question is, I mean, to the city, I mean, we could sell that property to them if they're gonna, if you guys are developing on that, that's 60 by 160 by 300 by, and then what is it? Value, not value, but the acreage on that.
Oh, the whole block?
Yeah, 300 by 60, yeah. 5 acres? No, we're talking about the property, what's the size of the property that you're requesting that the city vacate? The size and acreage.
With the road.
It's about 80,000 square feet, 300 by 60.
A little over a quarter of acre? That seemed like a little bit, you said 300 by 60?
Traditionally, the way this works, when a property owner owns both sides and there's no intent to develop the right of way, they apply for a vacate of the right of way, and half goes to the one half goes to the other. It's not a monetary transaction.
That sounds like a gain to me.
This is both blocks.
Right.
Are owned by the same person. Or company.
Okay, I mean, I think that.
You could vacate the property in case you can't charge for it, or you could declare the property to be surplus lands, and then you could put it in the newspaper and take the highest bid.
I declare it becomes surplus land.
Not only by the city, all still by the property owner.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay, that makes a big difference.
Okay,
Y'all need to be a little bit more specific in y'all talking.
Yeah, we need to be clear in that regard. Yeah.
Thank you. That helps clarify.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, go ahead. I mean, as far as any other.
No, I mean, he cleared it up when he said that, when you wanted to clear it up, but it's clear now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anybody here for public comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll call for public comment. Roll call, please. I mean, do we make a motion? I'm sorry, motion.
Motion to approve, motion to vacate.
That's second.
Got a motion and a second. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Warren,
Yes.
Commissioner Jones,
Yes. Yes.
Commissioner Davis, yes. Nick Guerrero?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
On to commissioners' comments.
Motion to adjourn.
Don't move. Okay, we'll take that. Comment.
Let it move.